Hello everyone. So we are working on an e-commerce system using Django. So we are working on the API, and this API we are going to use Django and Django REST framework. And because of that, let us now set up the virtual environment. And before you come to start this one, you're gonna learn a lot about Django as we continue, but if you want to know some initial parts and introduction, you can take maybe a YouTube channel that will teach you on the basics of Django. It's not a hard framework, it's very easy if you know some Python, so it's not that hard. So here we are going to start with by making the directory that we'll be working on. So mkdir tutorial. So then we go to that directory. As you can see, it's empty. So for creating virtual environment, we use Python 3 because that is what I'm using. Then virtual, you're gonna need to install even VNV for doing that. So we create virtual environment by that Python 3 -m virtual environment stylish env. After you have created the virtual environment, now we need to activate it. And to activate it in Linux, we do source, then the virtual environment, then there's bin, then activate. So after activating, you see it has changed. So what we do here from this point is that we're gonna install Django. Now to install Django, we do python pip install Django. Yeah, after doing that, we'll be able to install Django by that. Someone might be asking, why are we using virtual environment? It is recommended because because of installing packages, installing these things, you don't need to install in your system. You just need to install in the virtual environment. We're gonna use them. So after installing Django, we can check whether the version by doing Django admin version -- version. This will show us the Django version, that is 5.21. So after doing that, what we'll do is that we're gonna create the project. So to create the project, we're gonna use Django admin start project, then we call it what? Stylish API. This is the e-commerce system for fashion, for clothes and other things and wearings. So after doing that, we're gonna go to that project, cd cd stylish API. So in this, you're gonna see we have manage.py. When you list, then we have the stylish API, cd stylish API. So here you have the asgi.py, init py, settings.py, urls, and wsgi.py. So these things you're gonna understand as we continue. cd, let us go back. After doing that, what we need to do is that we need to have the app. So the moment you are in Django, it's a modular. So you have modules. So in these modules, you're gonna have the apps. You create an app. This app is just an application that has a specific meaning in your project. So for example, because we start with the application for authentication, we're gonna create that app by python manage.py, then you start up, then you give the name authentication. So after doing that, you'll be able to see that it creates that. When you go to that, we have these things, migrations, models, test, views. Yeah, we're gonna use them, so you're gonna know what they mean as you continue. So after that, what we'll do is that while working on an API in Django, you need to use this Django REST framework application. So this one, it's used for creating the APIs. Like what is Django REST framework before you install it? It is a powerful and a flexible toolkit for building web APIs. So it extends Django to provide a rich set of features of creating RESTful services. So including serialization of Python objects into JSON or XML, etc. and vice versa. So authentication and permission classes, view sets, and routers for concise API development, built-in browsable API for easy interaction, development, support of various request and response formats. So the reason we use it, we need to expose our Django application's data and functionality through an API for mobile apps, single-page applications, or other services. So to install it, because we are in the virtual environment, we do pip install Django REST framework. So after doing that, we're gonna install Django REST framework. Then we're gonna need the course headers. This is to help us to use web to connect to the API, because someone might ask, okay, what is Django course headers? So this is cross-origin resource sharing. It's a security mechanism implemented by web browsers to restrict, to restrict web pages from making requests to a different domain than the one that served the web page. So Django course is a Django app that handles the necessary course headers on your server's responses, allowing or denying cross-origin requests based on your configuration. So this is where you're gonna configure the source of the request, and the receiver of the request. So why do we use it? It's a question. When you are in front end, e.g., let us say you have the React, or in our case we have the Flutter. So obvious it is hosted in a different domain or in a different port than your Django backend API. You will encounter the course errors in the browser. So this app solves that by explicitly telling the browser that it's safe to allow requests from specific origins. So for us to install it, pip install Django course headers. So that is how we're gonna install it. Then after that, I think other apps you're gonna install them later, but currently let us install the drf-yasg. This is a Swagger generator for Django REST framework. So what it does, it generates Swagger, or the Open API 2.0 specifications from your Django REST framework API views. So it also provides interactive Swagger UI, redoc interfaces to visualize and test your API endpoints directly in your browser. So why should you use it? API documentation is crucial for developers consuming your API. So the drf-yasg automates this process by inspecting your drf views and serializers to generate comprehensive, up-to-date documentation. So this saves the immense manual effort and ensures your documentation accurately reflects your API. So we have the interactive UI in the Swagger, that is Swagger UI redoc. So these are excellent for testing and understanding the API. To install it, you just pip install drf-yasg. That is how you're gonna install it. So after installing that, now we're gonna open our project using the Visual Studio Code. So in the Visual Studio Code, what we'll do, cd, we're gonna use the name code dot, so that we're gonna open the project. Visual Studio Code, now we have the authentication and we have the stylish API. So what we do, as you look here in the Django, so I'm gonna remove these things first. The documentation, we're gonna remove them so that we can have something clean that we can work with. So what we do is that because we have created an app, so that is the local app, what I do is that I do comment and I say local apps. So we have what? Authentication. You must register them here to be able to use it. So then we have installed third-party apps. So third-party apps, that is REST framework, that is the Django REST framework. So we do like that. Then we have what? Then we have installed Django course headers, so course headers. And also we have installed the drf-yasg. So what we'll do is that we're gonna go to the, before we go there, because we have installed that, to be able to use the course, we're gonna add this mid layer, that course headers dot middleware dot calls, capital C capital M, middleware, then comma. So this one you should add on the top of the middleware in the list, in that list. After that, we're gonna go to the URLs, so that we're gonna be able to set up the Swagger. So what we'll do is that so because it is for documentation and so that the developers can be able to use your API, what we'll do is that schema view will be as equals to get schema view. So you ask yourself, where do this come from? So this one will come from the app that we installed, that is drf-yasg. So when you come up here, you'll do from drf-yasg dot views import what? Import get schema view. So the error disappears. Then open api.info. So where do we get this also? So where we get this also, it's from that app, that is from drf-yasg import open API. So we have now open API here. So we'll do, so in the info, as you can see in the schema, you have info, we have URL, pattern, and other things. So here we'll do title, so in info, I think we have spelling, so it should be capital I. So info, so in info we have the let us see if it, yeah, it is capital I. So we have the title, default, version, description, terms of service. This is where you can put them here. So we'll start with the title. So title, it's a string, so it's a e-commerce API, because that is what we are working on, comma, because it's a, so then default version, so we are starting with the version 1 because this is the initial. Then description we have, let us say what, so API, you can write anything here that you want, but me I will write API for the e-commerce platform. So after that we're gonna add something else apart from the info. We're gonna say if it is public, we can set it to true so that everybody can see. Then permission classes, yeah, we're gonna allow permissions dot allow any. So you have no restriction. So where do we get the allow any? So for you to get the permissions, you need to import from REST framework. Yeah, so REST framework import permissions. So after doing that, oh, we forgot to put a comma here, so don't forget to put that comma for open API info. Yeah, that's why you saw there was that error. So we'll add the URL for documentation. So what we do, it's path, this written in the documentation, so you can go and look docs. Then after that we do schema view dot with UI Swagger. This will be called Swagger. Then cache timeout is what, 0. Then we have the redoc path redoc. This will be used in the browser if you want to browse it. Schema view dot with UI with UI, then we call it redoc, then cache timeout 0. So after doing that, the next step that we're gonna do, we will start now working on the authentication. So this is where now the project starts. What we start with, we are going to create the model. So the model will be handling the data that we have, because now we don't want to use the custom authentication of Django. We have a way that we can improve on it, the Django authentication. So that is where you have the abstract based user, where you have password, last login is active, and other things. So this is where we're gonna extend it, yeah, using, that is inheritance. We're gonna inherit, then we're gonna work on it. Then we have the permission mixing that we're gonna use to know if it is super user, groups, and user permissions. So that is permission checking methods will be in that place. Then we have the base user manager. So this is where you normalize email, make random password, then get the natural key user creation methods. So as you look at this image, as you can see in this image, we have the database. So then we start like this. User will send the request, that is JSON. Then it comes to the serializer. Then serializer deserializes. Then it sends to the user model. Then user model interact with the database. Then database gives back the query. Then user model converts it from the query to user model to Django ORM. From Django ORM, you serialize it. Then after that, the user receives the serialized data. So after that, here we'll have a lot of things to do. So let us go and work on it. We're gonna create the models for authentication. So let me clear this part. So what we'll do, first of all, we're gonna import what we need. That is from django.contrib.auth.models. We want to import abstract base user. We need permission mixins. Then we have the base user manager. This is for managing user. So then we'll create class. I'm gonna explain it. First of all we do it. User manager, let us call it user manager. So then we're gonna inherit base user manager. After that, we're gonna define a create user. Create user self email. We need email, password is none. Then we need extra fields. So if not email, if there is no email, we need to raise this error, value error, and we say the email field is the field must be set. Then if there's email, let us normalize it. Self.normalize is to make email part the domain part in small letters. User is equals to, we're gonna define user self dot self.model. So email would be email, the provided email, then the extra fields. So if there's password, user dot set password is to set password for the user. After that, we can save the user. Using what? So you save the user in the database DB. Then you return user. So we need to define even for creating superuser. Create superuser. Self what? Email, password. Gonna define password in to be none. Then extra fields. So extra fields dot set to default. The default value will be, if it's stuff in superuser, must be true. Then extra fields dot set default. If a superuser is where you save superuser, we say true. Yeah, and use this part, return self dot create user. This will help us when we be creating with password, obvious, and extra fields. So after that, we're gonna define now the class for the user. Class user. So we're gonna inherit abstract base user dot not dot, and also permissions mixing or permissions. So we're gonna define this field that will be there. Email is equals to models dot email field, user email. So unique, yeah, it must be unique, this one, because we're gonna use it to be the unique. Then we have username models dot char. So this is character, char field, max length, max length. We don't want to be too large, so we can put it to be 70. Then unique, obvious, unique. This is when creating using the terminal or the command line. So first name, obvious, first name of the user, models dot, this is a character field, obvious. So character field, max length, so max length So it can be blank. It can be blank, so we set true. After that, we need last name of the user, models dot car field, so car field so max length can blank can be true. So you can define any field that you need from the user from here. Profile picture, models dot image field. Yes, for image field we need to upload to profile pictures. Is where the users who gonna upload their profile, they'll be stored. Blank is equals to true. Also null can be true. After that, we need to have what? We need to add its phone number to get the number from the user. You say models dot, these are number, so what we use here, but sometimes it will be having the country code, so character field, max length, don't think there is number that exists, 15, blank is equals to true, so null can be true. After that, we have is verified. Is verified models dot, these are boolean, so boolean field. So boolean field default, we want it to be false. It's verified, you can see it is false. First, yeah. Then it's active. It's active, we can say models dot boolean field. Default will be yes. It's active, we need to on the registration, so it should be true. Then it's staff. Staff is equals to models dot boolean field. Default will be automatically false. I don't want user to be staff when creating, so created at is equals to models dot date time field. Yeah, so date, this is for date time, so auto now add, this one will be used because I want to set it to true, so that it will be updated only during creation. Then updated at is equals to models dot date time field, where auto now is equals to true. This will be updated every moment the user updates their profile. So what you need next to do is to add the objects. The objects will be user manager. We want to use that user manager up there. Then username field. This from the, so we want username field to be email. Then required fields is equals to username. This is how you create your own user, where you can add all the properties of the user you want to add. So we need to define str. This is for defining strings, so that we don't see the name object in the admin dashboard. Instead, now we want to see the return self.email. This will just return the email of the user. Then we need to have the def. We get full name. To get full name will be self-obvious because it's in the class. Gonna use what is in the class. So if, first of all, we must check whether first name and self.last name, if they are available, we need to return string of self.first name, then with space, then we have self.last name. That is the table with the fields. We need to create the serializer. So what you do when you want to create serializer, that is to convert the JSON to Django RM, or from Django, or from Serializers.py. So here you're gonna define what you're gonna convert and what you need. So what we'll do is that we're gonna convert. So we're gonna use serializers from that is where now you start playing with the Django REST framework. So from REST framework, we import what? We import serializers. So the moment, then from the models, because it is in the same folder, from .models we import our user that we have created. So we'll name this class user serializer. So class user serializer. So serializers dot model. So we use model serializer to what we do first, we're gonna define the profile picture URL. This is where you check the data, you do a lot of things from this point. So serializers dot serializer method field. So there is a function, so field Where have I done? Field. Yeah, it's a function. So after that, you define meta. When you are dealing with creating serializers, it's this part you must use meta. So where you define model that you're using, it's obvious you're using the user that we have imported there up. Then after that, we need the fields that we need to expose to the front end or to the client. So we have the list. So the list, we're gonna expose ID, gonna expose email, username. Then we're gonna expose first name as they are named in the model. So last name, then we have profile, then we have profile picture, the profile picture. We need to expose what else? Profile picture URL, that one here up, profile picture URL. Then we have phone number, then it's verified, then we have what else? Created at, oh yes, updated at. So after that, but I don't think we need to expose updated at because that will be direct. So what we need, read only fields. These are the fields that you cannot edit direct from the API. So ID, email, created at, yes, verified, and then profile picture URL. Then we're gonna define the way we're gonna get the profile picture URL. Get self, then with object. So for those who don't know why, because we have used here a read only field that gets representation from calling a method on the parent serializer class. The method called will be in the form of get, then field name. You get the point? Get, then that's why we have used get, then profile picture URL, and should take a single argument, which is the object being serialized. So we have the example there. So that's how it is used. So because you want to get the profile picture, so if obj object dot profile picture So if we have the profile picture, we return self.context. So in the request, it will come from the request dot build absolute URI. So from object dot profile, we want to get from profile picture. Profile picture dot URI. So this one exposes the URL. The URL of the profile where it is located. So then if we don't, so before we start working on the authentication now, we need to install the package that we're gonna be using. That is we'll be using SimpleJWT, that is simple JSON web tokens for the REST framework. So how are we gonna install it? So pip install Django REST framework simple JWT. So the purpose of this, it is to provide stateless authentication through tokens, more secure than basic session for APIs. Then includes token refresh capabilities, then configurable token lifetime settings. Then it has a blacklisting capabilities for revoked tokens. Then it is good for cross-platform, that is web and mobile authentication. So what will happen now for you to use the simple JWT JSON web tokens? So what you need to do, first of all, you must make sure that you have set up. There's some configuration that we're gonna do in the settings.py. This is where you do your settings. This is where you do a lot of things. So what will happen if you can go to the documentation, simple JWT, there are some things that you'll see there. So what we'll do is that we're gonna add it in the settings.py. We're gonna come to the, you can add it anywhere you want, but I will add it here below. So REST framework settings. This is for the REST framework. So we do REST framework is equals to that one. So we'll have default authentication. We want to have default authentication classes. This is where you define your classes that will be used for authentication. So I will use REST framework simple JWT dot authentication dot JWT authentication. So that is how it is. Then these are the settings that we want to do before we start working on that project. So default permission classes will be what? Let us use REST framework permissions dot is authenticated. So after that, now we need to have the SimpleJWT settings. Okay, SimpleJWT is equals to, so we want to have access token lifetime. This is for the life of the access token. Which is time delta, then into bracket minutes is equals to 15 minutes. We want it to be just 15 minutes. So time delta will come from Django datetime, so we need to add that here on top from our imports. So from datetime import time delta. This is for time. So after we do that, the next thing that we need to configure, we need to know the lifetime for refresh token. All of this you can copy them from the documentation for SimpleJWT. So time delta, this one we're gonna give it days. This one will last for days so that user can be able to get new access token. Then rotate refresh tokens, we say true. Then blacklist what? Blacklist after rotation. So the moment the refresh token it is used, we should blacklist it. So true, we're gonna say true. Then we're gonna use, now we want to use the algorithm that will be used for these tokens. The algorithm will be HS 256 bytes. So then signing key obvious will be signing key. This one we use secret key that is up there in our project. Then auth header is the header of the auth header types. You can declare different types. So I've not quoted this. So auth header types, we just have one, so that is bearer. Then user ID field, we want to get the user ID field, that is the one that is having ID. Then user claim ID. This is what we'll be using for claiming. ID field, user ID claim, used for getting the user ID, user, then user ID, then auth token classes. Yeah, we're gonna use the simple JWT. Okay, REST framework simple JWT dot tokens dot access token. You can have multiple, but we'll have that one. Then token type claim. Token type. So that is the simple JWT settings. So the other thing that we need to add, because we are doing development, so here down we'll do something to set the JWT cookies. So JWT cookie secure false. So but in the development, set to true in the production. Okay, when using HTTPS. If not, so set it to false. JWT also cookie name, you can give it a name that you want, but I will give it refresh for consistency token. So after we have configured that, we're gonna come here to the authentication. So in the authentication, we're gonna create a core folder. This is where we're gonna put the core that will be used by different folders in this app. So first of all, must declare init so that it can be recognized in this part. So after that, in this folder we have base, as you have seen the image, base view.py. That one will have the base view. Then we'll have exceptions, obvious, exceptions.py. We'll have JWT utils.py, and lastly we have response.py. So we'll start with the base. We can start with the base API, base view. So in the base view, what we need to import traceback. Or before you do that, okay, yeah, we can import traceback. Then we're gonna import logging to be able to log errors. Then because we're gonna inherit from REST framework, the REST framework.views, import API view. This is for creating API views that you're gonna have to create your own views. So you're gonna inherit from that. Then we're gonna import REST framework dot response, so that we're gonna work with the responses. So response. Then I think from REST framework, we're gonna import status. Then from REST framework dot exceptions import, we're gonna import authentication field, because this is for authentication. Then we're gonna import from REST framework SimpleJWT dot exceptions. We're gonna import token error. This is for token error. So after that, we're gonna create logger. This is for logging errors and also responses that are not the way we want them to be. Logging dot get logger. So this one we're gonna have name. This is a Python using dunder method that is having double hyphens, then name. So this is for helping so that we're gonna be able to know the name of the file. So class, we're gonna define the base AP or API view. We're gonna inherit from API view. So here you're gonna create this. So in API view, so this is, let us have the documentation. So base, we say this is base class for all API views with common error handling and response formatting. That is for documentation. So def, we're gonna define a method. A method is just a function in the class. So handle, we're gonna handle what? Exception. So as you can see, we have that. So but because we want ours come from the API, here it is. As you can see, it has the exception, then handle any exception that occurs by returning an appropriate response. So if you want to go through, you can go through. So exceptions dot whatever. So if it's instance exec, so instance of this, so you can visit the documentation or you can open it from this point. That's why we have the exceptions here. So because we are inheriting, so let us do what? Let us have a standardized exception handling for all. For API views. So if is instance, so this is a built-in function in exec, as you saw in the documentation. So let us see if it's an authentication failed, the exception. So we return what? We're gonna return if it has the exception as authentication failed, we're gonna return this kind of response. We're gonna say what? So we use standardized response. We're gonna create this one, standardized response. Here we put success. This one has success, obvious because success has failed, so it is false. Then error, we're gonna use what? Error string of that exception. Then status, we're gonna have status dot http. You can see we have the http from Django REST. These are the list. So because it has failed, so we're gonna use 401. So 401 unauthorized, yeah, because it has failed. Else if obvious, that is else if is instance of, so if exception, it is instance of token error, we're gonna return response. So the response will be standardized response that accepts these things here. So we're gonna create it in here, in this part of response. So we're gonna define just a standardized response success is equals to true, then data is equals to none. We are defining these ones that gonna be used, error none, then message none, then we have the keywords arguments, keyword arguments, you can call it the way you want to call it, but it's better to use the standardized one. So here I'm gonna use that. So summary creates the standardized what? response format. Then we're gonna have bool here. So this is for whether the operation was successful. Then here the data will be the type will be dictionary. Then it will be optional. So description be data to return. Then the error type obviously be a string. This string, then so this error message if unsuccessful. So this one will be string, obvious. Then description of the message to be a success or info. Then we have the keyword argument. So this one will be, these quags will be additional fields to include in response. So this what happens is that returns a dictionary. So it's a formatted response dictionary. So we're gonna define response. So response will be is equals to success, will be assigned to success. Yeah, okay. After that we're gonna check if there's data. If data it's not none, response, you're gonna add that data here. Response, we're gonna add that data, you're gonna assign it here. If there's an error, we're gonna assign it here. We're gonna say response. In the part of error, we're gonna assign that error. Yeah, that error that will come from that point. Then if message is not none, response in that part, response, we're gonna add message if there was a message. And lastly, we're gonna check for, so we're gonna add any additional fields. So for key value in quags, and the keyword means dot items. This is how you get the data from a dictionary. So key, in that key you assign that value. Then finally we're gonna return response. So after creating that, this, we should now go to, first of all, we update the base API to remove the error for the standardized response. So we'll do, because it is in the same folder, so we'll do from .response import standardized response. So after that, we are going to create the exceptions.py. This is for handling exceptions that are not in, that are custom to us. So what we'll do is that we're gonna open from Django .utils.translation import get text lazy as so. Then also you're gonna import exceptions from REST framework .exceptions import API exception. So we're gonna create our own exceptions. So account, we will start with account locked. This is for handling when account is locked. So the exception that will be given, so we're gonna inherit from API exception. So status code, it is 403. Then default detail, these are coming from API exception. So we're gonna use get text lazy. So account is temporarily locked due to multiple failed attempts. This is when the user attempts multiple times and then giving the wrong password multiple times, so they get locked. Default code is equals to account locked. Then we're gonna need a class for handling when email not verified. Email not verified exception. These are just exceptions, so we're gonna use them. In while handling these exceptions in our system. So status code is equals to 403 also. Then default detail default detail is equals to get text lazy email verification required. Then default code will be email not verified. Then we're gonna define another one for invalid token, class invalid token exception. So API exception, that is where you're inheriting from. Status code will be 41. Then default detail will be invalid or expired token. Then default code is equals to invalid token. Lastly, we're gonna create the rate limited exception. Is to be able to show the user they have exited or they have met the rate for login, for putting the credentials. Exception, then API exception, status code is equals to 429. Then default detail is equals to, so rate limit exceeded. Please try again later. So default code will be rate limited. So the next thing that we're gonna handle, we're gonna come here to JWT utils. This is where we're gonna handle the utils for every, from token management, from token, getting token, deleting, blacklisting, all the things that we're gonna do on the tokens. So someone can be asking, why do we have the custom exceptions? So here in the custom exceptions, we are defining authentication specific exceptions that provide clear HTTP status codes and descriptive messages. So for example, the account locked exception, that is with the status for 3, that means forbidden. So purpose, it is triggered when too many failed login attempts occur. Then security benefit prevents brute force attacks. So we are preventing brute force attacks here. Also, email not verified exception. This is status for 3, forbidden also. So ensures users verify their email before accessing protected resources. Security benefit confirms user identity and email ownership. Then invalid token exception, that is status code 41 unauthorized. So signals when authentication tokens are invalid or expired. So security benefit enforces token security policies. Then rate limited exception, status code 429, that is too many requests. So purpose prevents API abuse through excessive request. Security benefit protects against DDoS attacks and scrapping. So after that, also you can ask why do we have the standardized response? So the standardized response, this one here, let us go through it. So this one, it will provide a consistent response structure across all API endpoints. So we have that, we have the success as I explained and other things. So benefits, obvious, consistent response structure for front-end handling, clear separation of successful and error responses, extensible for specific endpoints needs. So the next thing that we're gonna handle, it is the JWT utils. So this one, obviously this will be the most complex file. So providing comprehensive JWT token handling with security features. So we have the class token manager, then we have the methods to generate tokens, we create secure access and refresh tokens for user. Key variables, we'll have them. Then we're gonna define refresh tokens to securely exchanges an old refresh token to a new validate token to validate, and other methods that we're gonna create. So I hope we're gonna pay attention to this. This is the most complex part of it. So let us see how we're gonna do it. So before we start about this part for JWT utils.py, so this one part, we're gonna define a token manager, which will act as a utility for generating, refreshing, validating, and managing the life cycle of JSON web tokens, that is JWTs, in this application. Then it will leverage the REST framework SimpleJWT that we installed library, but also we're gonna add our custom logic for enhanced security features like token blacklisting and metadata storage using the Django cache framework. Okay, so the primary goal of this, it is to provide a centralized, secure, and potentially revocable JWT system. So going beyond the basic functionality offered directly by the simple JWT. So that is offered by simple JWT out of the box. So then especially concerning the refresh token management and immediate revocation. So the overall functionality of this will be to generate a pair of access and refresh tokens for a given user, maybe adding custom claims and unique identifiers. So it will also do the refresh an expired access token using a valid refresh token, and also blacklisting the old refresh token, that is in the token rotation. So validation, so we're gonna validate a token access or refresh without necessarily hitting the database, checking signature, expiration, and blacklisting status. Then we're gonna blacklist specific tokens of all tokens belonging to a user using the cache as a quick lookup mechanism. Then we're gonna store the token metadata, especially the IDs of the refresh tokens in the cache to facilitate blacklisting. So what we will start with, we're gonna start by we're gonna use from REST framework SimpleJWT tokens. This one that we're gonna use. We're gonna import refresh token, also token error, token error. Yeah, it is token error. Okay, then from date time, to handle our date time, import date time and also time delta. This is for handling dates and also time. Then from Django.conf import, we're gonna import settings. So settings, because we're gonna use those settings that we put in the settings.py. From Django.core.cache import cache. So then we're gonna import JWT, then we're gonna import login so that we can know where we're gonna handle the errors. Import UID, then we're gonna import time also. Then from Django utils, we're gonna import time zone. So after doing that, we're gonna define the logger. This is for logging dot get logger, then name token manager. This is the class that we will use to do that. So documentation, let us have enhanced JWT token manager with security features. So here we'll be using the static methods, where you declare a static method like this. You say at static method. So what is static method? So a static method is a decorator used to define a static method within a class. So static methods are functions that belong to the class but do not have access to the instance that is self or the class itself, the CLS. So they are called using the class name and are often used for utility functions, so that are logically related to the class but don't depend on its specific instances. So the moment you call that function, so immediately when you create utility functions, that is, you use at static decorator method. So that's why we're gonna use them here, because we do not need the instances of the class, but we want to use that class for other things. So we're gonna define the first one. So this is for to generate tokens. And who are we generating? We are generating for the user. That's why we declare user there. So in this user, let us have a documentation string. Let us write it here. We say generate. This we used for generating secure access and refresh tokens with enhanced claims and security So what we'll do, first of all, we're gonna use try and catch, so that we're gonna be able to catch the errors just in case. So we're gonna use try, so the try method. So what we'll do first, we're gonna get the refresh. We're gonna use that we imported there, refresh token dot for user. The user we have passed there in the function. So first, what we'll do after getting the refresh, we're gonna create unique. We're gonna create unique JTI, that is JWT ID, so that we're gonna be able to track for better tracking. So to get the unique ID, we're gonna use JTI. We're gonna name it JTI is equals to string. We're gonna convert string, that is UUID dot UUID4 function. So we're gonna create ID, that is UUID. So then let us add the custom claims with security considerations. So what we'll do, refresh, we are using that variable there, refresh, we're gonna pass JTI because we want to use that UID, is equals to JTI, then refresh. I'm gonna explain it. First of all, let us write it is equals to user dot username, the username of the user. So refresh, we want also to get what from the user, refresh to know if the user is staff. These ones we defined them in the model. So refresh to get if it's verified, user dot is verified, then refresh, gonna get email of the user. This is for creating the token. So user dot email, then lastly we want to know the type of refresh of the token. So type here, it is refresh, it's a string, so refresh. Then we're gonna set up the access token. Access token. So access token refresh, gonna use the refresh that we defined there, then it will give us access token to get that variable. Then access token access token type, we're gonna say it is access. You can say access token the way you want to say it. Then access token, the ID JTI is equals to str UUID. We're gonna use a different UID here for access token, UID 4. So let us give a comment here. We say different JTI for access token. Then after that, what we'll do is that we're gonna get the expiration from the, so get expiration times 4 from the from settings as we defined them in the settings. Access expiry. Settings dot, yes, we have simple, we defined simple JWT, so dot get, we're gonna get the access, we defined it access token. You can go there and check it lifetime, and if it is not available, what we'll do, we just define ours here, time delta of 15. We're gonna define just 15 minutes, yeah, just if it is not available in the settings. So but we notice there, so refresh expiry for when the refresh token will expire is equals to settings dot simple JWT dot get. What we are getting from there, it is refresh token lifetime. But if it is not there, we can have this time delta of days. We're gonna have days, just 14 days, just 2 weeks. Then after that, what we'll do, so we need now to store the token metadata. So what we'll do is that we'll do store, let us have a comment here, token metadata in cache for potential revocation. So what we'll do, gonna use token manager, our class. So we're gonna create this helper function, store the private function method to store token. This won't be used outside this class, so we're gonna use, so what we'll pass here is that we're gonna pass user.id, the ID of the user, the ID of the token, ID of the token. Then what else will we need? Okay, refresh expiry, and then we convert it to total seconds. So So what we'll do, let us define this one first. Let us define it here. It will be still a static method. Gonna use that decorator. So def store, gonna store token metadata. So what this needs, user ID, it requires user ID, JTI, expiry in seconds. So this one, let us have a documentation string. So store token metadata in cache for blacklisting. First of all, we try. So first of all, what we need is to check. So in future, we're gonna integrate with Serializers and Redis. So we're gonna need to add we are. First of all, check if you are using Redis. So has that client attribute, or we have what, or the standard, the LocMemCache of Django. So cache. So if has attribute. So in Redis, which we learned, it has this attribute for client. If we have that one, so we're gonna is Redis. So user tokens key, the key for the token. So it's a string user tokens. Then we're gonna pass the user ID. So user tokens, we're gonna have the user ID there. Then pipe. These are just for Redis. So this one we're gonna learn later. We're gonna come back later as the project grows, because we're building a real world application pipeline. Then pipe dot add user tokens key. So we're gonna add the user tokens key and the ID of the token. Then pipe.expire user tokens key, then the expiry seconds. Then pipe.execute. So this one should not bother you currently. We're gonna come back later as the project grows. So else we're gonna use the LocMemCache. So generic implementation for LocMem is for Django, that comes with Django. User tokens, we're gonna declare them here also as we did the app. User tokens. So we have the user ID. Then after that, we're gonna have the token set. This is for storing the tokens. So cache.get user tokens key in the set. So if not is instance, so we're gonna check if token set, this token set. If the set is the instance of the token set, we're gonna set the token set is equals to set. As you can see, token set is just build an ordered collection of unique elements. So after that, if it is not instance. So after that, we're gonna add the token set dot add. We're gonna add the ID JTI, then cache dot set user tokens key, obvious, then token set. We want to cache all these things, then timeout is equals to int as usual, expiry seconds. So after that, when you try to do that, then we're gonna accept. It simply means there will be an error in storing our tokens. So we are going to declare our exception as E. So that is where we're gonna use now the logger dot error, so that we're gonna be able to know where the error occurred. But this one won't stop the processing of the token. This is just storing the metadata in the cache to prevent from hitting the database every time we want to know the status of the token. So it's good for large systems to prevent working the database. So after that, what we'll do, we have now in that state, we have just stored the token metadata in the cache. So after that, now we're gonna return if it is stored or not. We're gonna return the full token. Yeah, now the full token. So return full token package. So we're gonna say return. So it's a dictionary. So we're gonna access. This is what the front end gonna receive. So string, obviously we're gonna convert it to string, access token. Then refresh token, we're gonna return refresh token also. Obviously we're gonna convert it to string of the refresh. So then token, we're gonna send the token type. Automatically this one, it's a bearer. Then what else? We're gonna send also expiry. Expires in what? This is where now int, we're gonna send the integer of access expiry dot total seconds. Then user ID of the user dot ID. Then we're gonna know when it was issued at int time. So after that, if it fails to do that, this is when we have the exception. So as you can see, the exception when our try fails, so we need to handle that exception. So exception as E, exception as E, then we're gonna logger dot error, then function, then string failed to generate token. Now let us now understand what we have done. So in this static method to generate tokens, what we have done is that, as you can see in the documentation string, generate a secure, access and refresh tokens with enhanced claims and security. So first of all, so we start by creating refresh token. This is standard way for it's the standard way for creating simple JWT token so that we can generate the refresh token for the linked user. That's why we have passed the user here. So that's why, so don't ask why, because this is the standard way for simple JWT to generate a refresh token for the user. Then we have come here, we have created this part for create unique. So this unique, we have used UID, the UID for. So this JTI is crucial for token blacklisting and tracking, so that we can be able to track the token, we can blacklist. So we have added it to the refresh tokens. We're gonna add it to the refresh tokens. So after that, we have the custom claims. So custom claims, we have username is staff, is verified, email type. So these are added to the refresh token. So this allows information about the user and token type to be embedded directly in the token payload. So accessible without database lookup after decoding. So though sensitive info should be used cautiously. Adding type helps distinguish between access and refresh tokens. So then we have the set. Okay, let us come here, this comment. So access token here, this part for access token. So here we have derived the access token from the refresh token by refresh.access token. So then we add a different JTI here, this one. We have added this one here. The reason to do that, using a different JTI for access and refresh tokens, is good practice for security and tracking. So then expiry times, these are defined in the settings. So yeah, when you come here in the settings.py, you will see them here. You can see SimpleJWT, the access token lifetime and other things. So that's why you have used it here. So after doing that, just in case there is no, maybe you have not defined there, we define a custom, the default by 15 minutes and 14 days. So after that we call now this method, the store token metadata, user ID, JTI. So so that we can save the refresh tokens JTI in the cache, so that is associated with the user ID. So this is the foundation for user specific token blacklisting. So what happens in this part for store token metadata? Let us check here. We see what is going on. So we have defined this is an internal helper method to store the JTI of a refresh token in the cache, so associated with the user ID. So this is used to keep track or of active refresh tokens for a user, enabling the blacklist all for user tokens functionality. So it constructs cache keys specific to the user tokens. This is where you construct the cache specific to the user. So it checks whether we are using the Redis or the normal cache. So the default LocMemCache for user. Then we have the cache entries. Expiry is set based on the refresh tokens lifetime. That's why we have here expiry seconds. So after we do that, we come here to return now the full token package. So the full token package, we are storing it, then returning it now. So after that, we return. So to return it, we are using the dictionary containing the generated tokens and relevant metadata: token type, expiration times, user ID, and issued time. So then we are handling the errors. So that's why we have included try and accept for that. So why did we design this way? So using refresh token for user ensures standard SimpleJWT claims like user ID are included and the token is properly signed. So then adding custom claims reduces the need for database lookups for basic user information during token validation or authorization checks. Using JTIs provides a mechanism for uniquely identifying tokens essential for implementing blacklisting. So storing refresh token JTIs in a cache allows for efficient lookups when blacklisting or tokens for a user or checking if a token has been blacklisted. So fetching settings makes the token configuration flexible. So that's why we have the one in the settings.py, so you can change it from that point. Then returning a structured dictionary provides all necessary information to the client. So next, what you are going to handle, the refresh token. So to generate refresh token, so we're gonna create a method to do refresh tokens. So the purpose of this method, we'll take an existing refresh token and we'll attempt to issue a new pair of access and the refresh tokens. So let us define it. Obviously it's a static method. So we're gonna define what do we want? Yeah, define refresh tokens. So refresh, it will accept refresh, it will get a refresh token. So here let us write the documentation string. So refresh tokens with validation and optional rotation. So after doing that, what we'll do, as usual, we're gonna try and accept. So first of all, we're gonna pass and validate the token that we get. So validate the refresh token. This is what's gonna happen here. So the token we're gonna get So token, let us assign it to a variable. So refresh token. So refresh token, the one that we're gonna get from that place. So then first of all, you must check if token is blacklisted. So we're gonna check if it is blacklisted. JTI is equals to token dot get JTI. JTI it is the ID. So if not JTI, if it is not JTI, or token manager dot gonna have is token blacklisted. So here we're gonna create a method, so that we're gonna create this method to check whether the token is blacklisted. So logger, we're gonna get the error warning. This is a warning. F, so attempt to use blacklisted with JTI. So this is to try to use a blacklisted JTI. So raise token error. This is where now we're gonna use the token error. Then we're gonna say token is blacklisted. So what we'll do first, gonna define gonna define this one is token blacklisted method. So this one gonna take the JTI and check whether it is blacklisted. So we're gonna come here, because it will check where it is stored. So it is a static method. So we're gonna define is token blacklisted. Okay, so it will accept the JTI. So it's gonna check if a token is blacklisted. Okay, so here, if not JTI, we're gonna check if it is a JTI. So return, if it is not, we're gonna say false. Else we're gonna blacklist. So blacklist token, also blacklist key, we're gonna get the key for the blacklisted token. So blacklisted token, so JTI, so we are getting the blacklisted token. Then return cache dot get blacklist key, then it is false. So after that, so what we'll do after we have checked if it is blacklisted, and if it is not blacklisted, what we'll do is that we're gonna get the user ID. So what we do here, we get the user from that token. So user ID is equals to token dot get user ID. So here we are doing this so that we're gonna get from the refresh token that we get, we'll be able to get the information that we want, so that we're gonna now update it and do other things. So here, so I will import something from authentication, that is from the models import user. So I've imported here, import here to avoid circular imports. So after that, we're gonna try, after we get the user ID, so we're gonna try to user is equals to user, to associate the user with that ID. Objects dot get ID is equals to user ID, the one that we have received from the refresh token, except user. If user does not exist with that ID, we're gonna give a warning. So warning will say what? We say if token refresh attempted for none existent user ID. So then we give that user ID that was used. Then after that, if the user exists, let us first of all check if user. So we're gonna check if user is still active. If not, user.is active. If it is false, we're gonna give a warning. So this warning will say token refresh attempted. This is to handle the situations that user might be inactive user. We do not want to give the refresh to inactive users, so that's why we are using that. Then we're gonna blacklist that token if user is not active and we have received the token. So we need to blacklist the token to prevent future usage of that token. So token manager dot, we're gonna define a method to blacklist token. So JTI, so this one method will accept the JTI so that we're gonna blacklist it. So let us now create that blacklist token method. So we're gonna create it here just below the store token. So at static method, so blacklist token, JTI. So it will accept a JTI. So what we'll do here is that blacklist a token by JTI. Let us put it capital. Yeah. So if not, must check whether it's a JTI, then return. If it is not, return false. So then what we'll do, if it is a JTI, we're gonna add to blacklist. Blacklist with expiry. Then So what we do, blacklist key, blacklist listed token JTI. Someone might be asking why do we put it below store? Because this is where they are stored, so we need, after storing, you can be able to blacklist the key. So cache true, then timeout is equals to settings dot SimpleJWT dot gonna get the blacklist timeout. It will be a day, so we're gonna have it for a day. Data 6, this is the default data 6 400. That is default. One day. So after doing that, let us now continue the refresh token. Where are we? So here, after you have checked if the user is inactive, if the user is inactive, now we're gonna blacklist the token. Now what if the user is not? So after that, we're gonna, after checking all those things and they are okay, we're gonna now if token, we're gonna check if token rotation it's enabled, whether it is true. So we blacklist the current token. So if settings dot simple JWT dot get rotate refresh tokens. So if it is true, the default is the default. If it is true, the default is true. So we do token manager dot blacklist token, that token. Then we're gonna generate new tokens. So return token manager dot generate. We're gonna generate new tokens, so for that user. So just in case there is an error, except token error, ASCII, we're gonna give this warning. If there was token error, I'm gonna say string, this string gonna give this warning. So token refresh error. So string of that E. So then we raise it, except, so we can still find another one. If it is not in the token error, maybe there are some other issues. As E, we're gonna logout.error. So F, unexpected error during token refresh. String then of that error. So what we'll do, we're gonna have a recap to know what is going on here, if you have not yet gotten the reason behind it. So the purpose of this part, the method takes the existing refresh token here and attempts to issue a new pair of access and refresh tokens. So in our design, first we pass the refresh token into the refresh token object. So this one automatically performs basic validation like signature, expiry. So then we retrieve the JTI from the refresh tokens claims. After that we check if the JTI, if it is JTI, and if it is blacklisted. So when you look at this method here, this one will check whether it is blacklisted or not. If it is blacklisted or it is not a JTI, we give this warning. We raise that, we give warning, then we raise the error. So after that, if it is not blacklisted, it is not, and it is a JTI, now we get the user ID from the token. So after that, we check if we check from then we check if the ID exists in the database, and if it does not exist, we give the warning and we raise the error. So then we check if the user is active. If the user is in the database, we check if it is active. Then if it is not, we raise also an error, then we blacklist the token. So then if the user meets the above validations, now this is where now we check if the rotate refresh tokens, it is true. And if it is true, we blacklist that token. We blacklist the token ID. So this is token rotation. Once a refresh token is used, it becomes invalid. So that's why we blacklist it there. Then finally, so we call generate tokens. So we generate the new pair of tokens. Then we include some comprehensive error handling here. So for handling the token error. So why did we design that way? So using refresh token, the refresh token, then we pass it there. So leverages the SimpleJWT's built-in passing and initial validation. Then we checking the blacklist before issuing the new tokens prevents the use of revoked refresh tokens. Then fetching and validating the user ensures that tokens are only refreshed for existing and active users. Token rotation, that is blacklisting the old refresh token, is a security measure that limits the window of opportunity for a compromised refresh token to be used multiple times. Generating a new pair ensures fresh expiration times and potential new JTIs. The next part that we are going to deal with, it is the validate token. So we need to validate the tokens that we are getting. So the purpose of this, it is to validate a given token string, so either access or refresh without requiring a database lookup for user information. So it checks they're gonna check the signature, expiration, and blacklisting status. So let us define our static method for validation. So at static method, so def validate token. So we're gonna name like that. Then we're gonna receive a token string here. So here, what will happen is that we're gonna validate token without using the database. So it will return, I think we're gonna return tuple. Yes, valid user ID and token type. So what we'll do here, we're gonna try. So try first of all, so first use python-JWT to decode without verification to get the algorithm. We want to get the algorithm. So unverified, that is the token that we are receiving. So JWT dot decode. So decode, then we're gonna get token string, that one. Then so options, we're gonna verify. Okay, it is a dictionary. So verify signature, we're gonna set it false. We don't want to verify here the signature. So algorithm, let us name it ELG, is equals to unverified, the token that we get, that we decoded. So get, so ELG settings dot simple JWT dot get, we're gonna get it the algorithm, that one we defined in the settings.py. Failure to that, we're gonna use the custom 256. Okay, after that, after we get the algorithm, now we gonna properly decode and verify. So we're gonna decode and verify. So to decoded, let us name it decoded, because it will be decoded here. JWT dot decode. So here we're gonna define token string, that one will be passed here. then settings dot simple JWT dot get signing key, then we call it settings dot secret key. After that, what we do, the algorithms is equals to LG that we got, then options, the one now, so that it will verify signature. We set it to true here. So after doing that, what we'll do next is to check the token type. So we're gonna check, after decoding, check token type. So token type is equals to the decoded dot get. We're gonna get token type, then decoded dot get type, then we have access, then we're gonna get user ID. So to get user ID, we're gonna decoded dot get obvious user ID, then after that we're gonna get JTI is equals to decoded dot get JTI. So then after that, what we'll do next is to check if token is blacklisted. So if JTI and token manager, our class, is, so that we're gonna get is blacklisted, the JTI. So if it is blacklisted, so logger, we're gonna use logger to give the warning. If attempt to use blacklisted token with JTI, so JTI, that one, then return false. Gonna return false none, so false none and none. So if it is not blacklisted, we're gonna check expiration, that is the expiry date of it. So exp is equals to decoded dot get, so exp expiration date, failure to that, give 0, so it is not. If exp is less than time, the current time, so logger dot debug token expired, at date time dot from timestamp, so exp, then we convert it to ISO format. if it has expired, so we're gonna return false, none, none. Then if it passes the above, so we're gonna return to true. Then user ID, token type. So we're gonna return it if it passes the above validation. So then if it fails, we're gonna show JWT.py, this one, JWT error as e, then logger dot debug, then f token validation error. So string e. So after that, we're gonna return. We want to return true, we're gonna return false because it has failed. Then none is no user ID, none token type. And that's our validation method. As we conclude that part, so the purpose of this part of validate token, as I started saying, I was saying that this is to validate a given token, string, access or refresh, so without requiring database lookup for user information. So the way we have designed this, so we're gonna use the python-JWT library directly for decoding and verification. So it first decodes the token without verifying the signature. That's why we have said false here, to verify without decoding the token without verifying the signature. So to extract then we extract the algorithm used. So obviously this is a common pattern to know which algorithm to use for the actual verification. Then after that, so it then decodes with the signature here, this part, it decodes with signature verification using the signing key from settings, this one, from settings, then and the extracted algorithm, this one. Then after that we do what from here part, then so this step throws an error if the signature is invalid or the token is malfunctioned. So that part. So then after that, we extract the token type from here, and token type, we extract token type, user ID, then and JTI from the decoded payload. So we then check if the token is blacklisted. If so, we return false. We return false, none for user ID and type. So then we check the expiration time against the current time. If expired, it returns false. So that's why we are looking with the current time. So return the current time in seconds since the airports. So after that, what we do, if all the checks pass, it returns true, the user ID and the token type. So then lastly, we include the error handling specifically for python-JWT error for decoding or verification issues. and returns false in case of any validation failure. So why designed this way? So using pyJWT directory provides a fine-grained control over the decoding and verification process. Checking signature, expiration, and blacklisting are the core validation steps for JWT. Returning a tuple is valid user ID token type provides the necessary information for subsequent authorization steps without needing to fetch the user object immediately. Avoiding a database lookup makes this validation faster and suitable for middleware or frequent checks. So that is the work of that part. So lastly, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna add the method to blacklist all user tokens. So we'll come here at the end of the file. Here we define a static method. This is to the purpose of this part. So blacklist all user tokens. So it's gonna receive the user ID. So the purpose of this, it is to blacklist all currently active refresh tokens associated with a specific user. So this is where now the user tokens can be blacklisted, all of them. So documentation, so try, so user tokens, we're gonna assign them to this part. User tokens key is equals to F. So user tokens user ID. So if has attribute, this attribute is to check if it is in the, if cache has attribute client, that is obvious, the Redis, but this you will learn later as you continue the course. So this Redis implementation active tokens is equals to cache dot client dot as members. These are from Redis, so don't worry about it currently. We'll learn about it later as the project continues to grow. If not active tokens, so you return 0, else, so you want to blacklist all the tokens, so add it token to blacklist. So for JTI in active tokens, so we're gonna blacklist them, token manager dot blacklist token, let accept the GTI decode, so UTF-8 if is instance JTI, if JTI bytes, if the JTI it is in the bytes, else JTI, then we're gonna clear the set. So cache dot delete is to delete user token, user tokens key. Then you return len size of tokens. So else, if you have used the normal cache, that is generic implementation for LocMemCache. So after that, so we do token set is equals to cache dot get user tokens key in the set. If not token set, if there is no token set, so we return 0. So blacklist each token. So we're gonna blacklist each token. So for JTI in token set token manager dot blacklist token list JTI that ID. Then after that we clear the set. So cache dot delete user tokens key. Then we return length of token set. So if that fails, so we do exception. So exception as E. We're gonna log here the error blacklisting user tokens. So the recap is that why should we design? Okay, so here is the blacklist all user tokens we have implemented. So this one purpose is to blacklist all current active refresh tokens associated with a specific user. So it takes the user ID, so it constructs the user specific tokens cache key. So that's why we need this cache key for tokens. So if we have Redis, it retrieves all JTIs stored in the set for that user using S members. It reads through these JTIs and calls blacklist token for each. Finally, it deletes the user set from the cache. If not Redis here, this is that part. It retrieves the set of JTIs from the cache. It reads through them, calls blacklist token for it, and then deletes the user set from the cache. Then returns the count of tokens that were blacklisted. It includes the error handling here. So that's how it is. So why did we design that way? So it provides a convenient way to invalidate all active sessions for a user, e.g. when they change their password, log out from all devices, or their account is deactivated. So leverages the token metadata stored by store token metadata. That method we had there. So handles different cache backends appropriately. Clearing the user's set after blacklisting ensures that the future checks for that user won't find old JTIs. So before we do that, before we conclude this part, as you can see, we have added the Redis this cache to hold the cache. So what we'll do is that we're gonna set up the settings.py to handle the both Redis and also the LocMemCache, so that for a fallback. So here we'll do cache settings. So cache is equals to, we're gonna define, so this part for cache, you're gonna leave it like this, so that in future you want to use Redis for, because the application will be growing. So Django.core, this is how you get the Redis cache dot backends dot redis cache. Then location, we're gonna put it in, gonna put it in Redis. Redis local host 6379 on this port 6379, but this we're gonna change because we're gonna use the environment. So after that, what do we need? Timeout. How long will it stay? Timeout, that's 600. That is the default will be default cache timeout 1 hour. Then here we have options. This is how we set up the Redis client class, Django Redis. This one is in the documentation, so it should not bother you. Default client. Then what we need else, it is socket connect timeout 5. This is just 5 seconds. Then socket timeout 5 seconds also. Ignore exceptions. true. So for fallback, this is for fallback. Like currently we don't have the Redis, so in memory cache if Redis is unavailable. So caches is equals to, so default so location will be unique snowflake. So that's how we're gonna set it for now, but we'll be working on as we continue. As the project grows, we're gonna continue working on it. So here we have we are going to look at the architecture of the Django authentication system architecture. So we have the client, where the client or the front end will communicate with the views, then views layer we're gonna communicate with the services layer, and the services layer gonna communicate with the token manager, user serializer, email verification, and other parts. So this is what we're gonna work. We are going to work on a folder we are going to work on the folder for Auth. So in this part, as you can see from the image, we have the Django authentication system. This is service-based architecture flow. So we are using the service-based architecture flow. So we have the API views. The API views will communicate with the service layer, and then service layer will communicate with the database. So as you can see from here, client will go through API views. This is a common pattern. So obvious, as you know, the views are the ones that communicate with the user. So API views gonna communicate with the service layer, and service layer gonna communicate to database, then to return back to the API views. So as you can see from here, authentication flow, client sends authentication request, either login, register, refresh, logout to API views. Views delegate business logic to authentication service methods. Service interacts with database and performs security validations. Service returns standardized response, that is success, response, status code, tuple to views. Views format and return standardized HTTP responses to the client. So what is happening here is that in this folder, we're gonna define a folder, then we're gonna have the authentication service. So this is okay. This architecture follows a common pattern of separating concerns into service layers and views layers, enhancing maintainability and testability and also security. So we're gonna have in the Auth folder, we're gonna have services.py, and we're gonna have the views.py. So in the services.py, we're gonna define authentication service. So this is a class responsible for handling the core business logic related to user authentication. So this is a crucial aspect of a well-architectured application. So as it keeps the how-to of authentication distinct from the what-to of the API endpoints. So key components that you're gonna find, that we're gonna implement. So we're gonna separation of concerns. This keeps the complex logic out of the views, making views leaner and focused on handling HTTP requests or responses. Then reusability. The methods can be called from different parts of the application, e.g. a management command, another service, without needing to go through an HTTP request. Then it's easier for testability. Business logic can be tested independently of the Django request or response. So all these methods, we're going to use a static method. So this means that they don't operate on an instance of authentication service, but rather on the class itself, behaving like utility functions grouped logically. So we're going to have different methods that we're going to define. We're going to go through them one by one. Then we will have the views. The views automatically, as you know, this file defines the API endpoints that interact with the authentication service. So these views handle HTTP request, extract data, call the service layer, and format the HTTP key components. And we're gonna find that it will inherit from the base API view that we defined. So then we're gonna use REST framework.response for API responses. Then it will utilize the authentication core response.standardized response that we defined to ensure consistent JSON response formats across the API. So then we'll have a lot of things to go through. So I hope that you're gonna learn a lot from this part. So pay attention and follow along. So this is where we left. The next thing that we should handle. So we should handle the auth folder that will have the authentication for the views for registration and other things. So what we start with, we create the folder, then we have the init file .py, then we have services.py and views.py. So what we start with, we start by defining our imports. So we're gonna start with the views. So we're gonna start with import logging. So this is it is used for logging events, errors, and debug information. Then we're gonna import traceback. So the traceback, it is used to get detailed information about exceptions, helpful for logging errors. Okay. Then from Django.utils, we're gonna import time zone. So this provides utilities for handling time zones, ensuring timestamps are consistent. Then from Django.conf, we're gonna import settings. So this is helps us to access project level settings like JWT cookies, configurations, and other things. From Django.middleware, Django middleware.csrf, we're gonna import get token. So used to generate CSRF tokens to protect against CSRF attacks. So from datetime import time delta. From datetime import time delta. So this is used to set expiration times for cookies and tokens. Then from REST framework, we're gonna import status. So status, this will provide a set of standard HTTP status codes like 200 OK. Then also from REST framework .response, we're gonna import response. Okay, so this is the DRF's Django REST framework custom response object for returning data from API views. Okay, so then we're gonna import another one here, REST framework .permissions. We're gonna import is authenticated and allow any. So then from there, so that one, these are Django REST framework classes to control access to views. So it's authenticated, requires a valid token, allow any, allows any user. So from REST framework .throttling, import unknown rate throttle, then user rate throttle. So Django, this is Django REST classes, framework classes for rate limiting requests to prevent abuse. Then unknown rate throttle for unauthenticated users, user rate throttle for authenticated users. So then we're gonna import from REST framework SimpleJWT .tokens. We're gonna import refresh tokens. So refresh token. So this imports a custom. This imports the SimpleJWT library that is used to create and manage refresh tokens, as we did from the other parts. Then from authentication, now from our application.core.base, this one we had worked on, import base API view. So this is a custom base view. Then from authentication.core.response, we're gonna import standardized, that one we developed earlier. Then here we're gonna also have from .services, the file that we have declared there. We're gonna import authentication service. Okay, so what we'll start with, we're gonna define the logger. So logger is equals to logging dot get logger, then with the name, so this is, will initialize a logger instance for this specific file. So using this one, using the name, this is a common practice to organize logs by module. So the importance of logging, it is crucial for monitoring application behavior, diagnosing issues, and auditing security events. So what we'll start with is a registration view. So here you're gonna have class user registration view. This one gonna inherit base API view. So then permission classes is equals to allow any, then throttle classes is equals to unknown rate throttle. So what is happening here? Why do we have unknown throttle and permission? So permission classes, we set anyone can attempt to register, and the roto class, the unknown rate, so rate limiting for anonymous users to prevent spam registration. Okay, so registration now needs to be open but protected against abuse. Okay, that's why we have the unknown rate throttle. So after that, what we'll do, we're gonna define a method here, def post. So self will be self, then request, the request that we're gonna get from the user. So what we do, we're gonna try here to get email from the request dot get, we're gonna get email, then password, gonna get password request.data.get password, then phone number is equals to request dot data dot get phone number, then full name is equals to request dot data dot get full name. So after that, what we'll do, we're gonna now start using the service layer. So here, this is where now we start using the service layer. So use service layer for registration logic. Okay, so we're gonna define, now we're gonna go to the services, so that we're gonna define the for registration. So we need to delegate all the registration logic, that is creating user, validating data, and sending verification emails to authentication service.register. So this keeps the view concise. So what we'll do is that we'll come here and we'll define our imports. So we're gonna start with login as I defined it. So I won't repeat here. So from Django.utils import time zone, then we're gonna have from Django.config import settings. Okay, then from Django.core.cache or cache import cache. Okay, or cache. So from Django.contrib.auth, we're gonna import authenticate. Then from Django.contrib.auth.password validation, we're gonna import validate password. Then from Django.core.exceptions, gonna import validation error. Now from our app authentication.serializers, import user serializer. From authentication.core.jwts, this one we defined earlier, we're gonna get token manager. Then from authentication dot models, import our custom user, that is user. From there, from REST framework SimpleJWT dot tokens, import refresh token. So after getting this one, so we're gonna define our logger here is equals to login dot get logger, then with the name. Then we're gonna define our class, that is class for authentication service. So this service, what will it do? So we do service, this is a documentation string. So service class to handle authentication related business logic. Okay, so we'll start by defining our static method for register. So to register here, what we'll do, we're gonna define the static method. We're gonna define register email. Gonna need email, password, phone number, which will be none, it can be empty. Full name can be empty also, so none, and also request meta is equals to none. So after that, what we'll do is that we're gonna write the documentation string here. So handle, this gonna handle user registration with email and password. Okay, so the arguments we require, we're gonna define them here. Email, it is a string which will be user email. Then password be a string also, where user password. Then we have phone number. It will be string, but will be optional. So we're gonna use as phone number. Then we're gonna have full name here to be a string, but still optional. So user's full name. So after that, request meta, this will be a dictionary, but still optional. So request metadata for security logging. Then this method gonna return, so returns what? Returns a tuple, success, then response, response dictionary, then with the status code. So as you can see, we have defined the documentation string from, so we're gonna have the registration when user registers. So we need them to be able to register and also get the email verification. So this one will force us to create another folder for verification. So what we want to do here, we need first of all to check if user has given email or not and password, or not password. This is to check whether there is email and password. If there is no, so we return false, then success will be false, error will be email and password are required. Okay, this is when the user does not give either one of them or both. So after that, we're gonna log. We need to log registration. I will explain why we need to registration attempt if request meta. So we're gonna log the info registration attempt from IP request meta dot get, need to get remote address. From there, if user has given password and email, what we'll do next is just we'll try now to check if the new email exists in the database. Check if email already exists. So if user dot objects dot filter, gonna filter that email, the given email exists. If it exists, what we'll do is that we're gonna return false, and we're gonna successful fail be false. So false, then error will be a user with this email already exists. Okay, then the status code will be 400. So if the email does not exist, also we can validate now password, validate password strength. Okay, we need to make sure the password given is strong enough. Try. So we're gonna try validate. From our imports, we're gonna use validate password, the given password. So if it fails, so to validate, so that's why we use validation error. So we're gonna return false because it has failed, then success will be false. Okay, then after that we're gonna give error. So error will be comma, then we're gonna join with the message. We don't know what it is, maybe it is length or does not use both characters. Then we're gonna give response status code will be 400. Okay, if it passes the above user, we're gonna create new user now. So create new user. So user will be is equals to user. This is where we create now objects dot create user. So by taking the email, by assigning email to the new email to email, then password. Okay, then from that it's verified inclusion, we need to have it false. So this is where we want to have email verification needed. Okay, so after that, so there are some things, maybe user has given update additional fields if provided. So like if there is full name, you can add many as you want here. User dot full name will be that given the full name given. So after that you're gonna save. So to save, you're gonna update fields. The fields that will be updated will be is equals to full name. Make sure you have a spelling that is correct here. Then if there is phone number, these are the optional fields. So phone number user dot, here you can add many things that you want, maybe location, maybe age, gender, a lot of things. So user dot save update fields is equals to phone number. So after that, after we register the user, we need to queue. Now we need to queue the verification. Verification email for new users asynchronously. We want them to run asynchronously. So if user dot email and settings dot require. So this one we're gonna define require email verification. if they are true, we need to first of all to cache. So use cache to mark that verification email should be sent, okay, to that. So we need to cache that. So to cache, so we're gonna give it this key. So q verification email to that user.id, okay. That is what we're gonna do here. So you cache dot, we have imported cache there, cache key, we pass cache key, then true, so it is true, then timeout will be 36, so that you're gonna remove from. So this will be 1 hour queue, okay, 1 hour queue validity, okay. So then we're gonna, after that, if we put it in the cache, we need to trigger an asynchronous task for email sending. So we're gonna try. So here we're gonna forward to email verification service, which I think we should define for sending email. So here what we'll do is that we're gonna create a new folder for handling the email verification, so that we're gonna have the verifications for different parts. So let us do it. So first of all, before we go to the code to design that part, so we need to look for this authentication system flow. So the client, that is the front end here, will register. So through registration, so we'll go to the view, then the view will go to the auth services, that is register service. Then we're gonna create, then we're gonna queue the verification. So this one gonna communicate with the email verification. So the email verification service, we're gonna send the verification email and verify. Then this is gonna interact with the token verifier. Then token verifier will have verify token, URL, save tokens, UID decoding. Then also the same will also communicate with the cache. Then also the email verification gonna communicate with the database. Then token verifier database. So as you can see here, we will have also the email service. This is where we're gonna send the email verification. Now we need to work on this part. We're gonna design these parts, okay. We're gonna have a new folder named verification. So we'll have different files here. So we'll have, as usual, we're gonna have the init.py. We're gonna have the emails.py. services.py, and new file we're gonna have views.py, then tokens.py. So these are the files that we'll be working on. So we will start with the service, that one we were talking about. So this will be the email verification service. So the email verification service, so this one will act as a service layer, so orchestrating the verification and password reset processes. So obviously it will contain the core business logic. So what will happen here is that in the email verification service, we'll have the get verification cache key, that one we gave on the registration. So provides a standardized way to generate cache keys for user verification status, so ensuring consistency. Then we're gonna have the send verification email, checks if the user is already verified, then implements rate limiting using the Django's cache to prevent users from requesting too many verification emails in a short period. So then it will send the verification email in the background, in a background thread. So threading, that's why you're gonna use threading.thread by calling send verification email background. So this is crucial for responsiveness, as sending an email can be slow and shouldn't block the user's request. So we'll have other methods that we'll work on here. So let us start by defining the imports that we're gonna use. So we're gonna import logging. We're gonna import logging. We're gonna import threading for threading. Gonna import traceback. Then from Django.core.cache import cache. From Django.contrib.auth import get user model. Then from Django.contrib.auth.password validation import validate password. Then from Django.core.exceptions import validation error. Then we're gonna have so here we're gonna get user. So user will be get user model. This one will get the user model. Then we're gonna have the logger for logging dot get logger with that name. So we're gonna have the class email verification service. We must start with the documentation string. It's a good habit. So service class to handle email verification operations. So this one will handle all the operations that involve email verification. So we'll start defining by defining a static method that is def. We want to get verification cache key. I will explain why. User ID. Then after that, this one will do what? Get standardized cache key for user verification. Status. This one we get the status of the user verification. So return f user verified status, user ID. Then the next method that we're gonna define here is we're gonna define send verification email to that user. Okay, so here we want to define a documentation string. So we're gonna send verification email to user. So arguments will be user. We need only user, so user object. Then it will return, so returns tuple success response dictionary and status code. So what we'll do here, we're gonna try to see if the user is verified. Try if user dot is verified, so return true, user is verified. Then success, it is true. Then message email is already verified. Okay, then with a response code of 200. So if not verified, so we're gonna do rate key. We're gonna define rate limiting per user. Okay, so rate key would be verification email, then user.id. Then if cache.get rate key, so we get timeout remaining obviously in seconds. So we're gonna get in seconds. Then timeout value is equals to 300. That is 300 seconds. That is around 1 minute, 5 minutes. I mean, so false. So success will be false when when the user hits the remit. So error be please wait before requesting another verification email. So retry after timeout value. So retry after 5 minutes. Then status code 429. So after that, we need to queue. Verification email. We need to queue verification email to be sent in background. So we're gonna try. So we're gonna queue verification email to be sent in background. Okay. So we're gonna use threading dot thread. So we're gonna have the thread has this. As you can see, this constructor should always be called with a keyword arguments. Arguments are group should be none, reserved. So we have the target. This is the callable object to be invoked by the run. But the run method defaults to none, meaning nothing is. So the name is the thread name by default. A unique name is constructed of the thread n, where n is a small decimal number. Then we have the arguments. Is a list or type of arguments for target invocation, and yeah, if that is what the thread is doing. So we're gonna have the target is equals to email verification service dot send. We're gonna have send verification email background. We're gonna define this one. We don't have it now. Then arguments is equals to user.id daemon is equals to true. Then dot start. This will start. Yeah, so obviously it's a static method. So def send verification email background, where we're gonna accept user ID. So user ID will be passed here. So we're gonna background for sending verification emails. Okay, so arguments, so args will be, we're gonna accept only user ID, that is user ID. So here what we'll do here is that we're gonna forward to the existing we need to forward to email service. We will have email service to forward to email service. So here try, gonna try. The reason we use try, it's because that code can lead up to an error and we need to catch them, so to not to fail when there's an error. So this helps to handle them. So that's why we try, where we know something can, if there will be an error or an exception. So queue verification email with retry. So email, gonna have email service dot send verification email with retry. So user ID to have 3 retries. So then logger dot info, so background verification email queued for user ID. So exception as e if there is an error. So we logger dot error failed to send background verification email, then to be a string, convert it to string, and then we log again error for easier tracing, traceback dot format exception. So we have the email service. Now we need to define email service. So we'll come here in the emails.py. This is where we're gonna define our email service for sending emails. So import login, then import traceback. We're gonna import time, we're gonna import random, then import string, then from Django.config import settings, from Django.core.mail import send mail, this for sending email. Then from Django.template gonna import loader, import render to string. Then from Django.utils.http import safe base64 and code. Then from there, from Django.utils.encoding, we're gonna import force what? Import force utils.encoding enforce bytes, yeah, so force bytes. Then from Django.contrib.auth.tokens, gonna import default token generator. Then from Django.contrib.auth import get user model. Then we're gonna define user here. We're gonna get user model. This will get the user model. As usual, we're gonna have the logger. So login.get logger with a name. Yeah. So after that, we're gonna define class email service. So email service, so this one will service for sending user verification, yeah, verification emails. So this is for sending email verifications, those emails. So what we'll start with add static method. So we're gonna start by defining what do we want. We want this. We want to send verification email with retry. Send verification email with retry. So user ID max attempts will be 3 by default, be 3. Then what we'll do, we try to, so first of all, get user by ID. So try, so user is equals to, so user dot objects dot get id is equals to user id, the id, that one we pass there, then except user does not exist, if user does not exist, we're gonna log here error string background verification email. So user ID of that user ID not found. So we're gonna return. If user exists, now we need to check if user, the email is verified. So check if already verified. So if user dot is verified, if it is true, we're gonna logger dot info background verification so of that user we're gonna get user dot email already verified, then return. So what we'll do here, if not verified, we're gonna make multiple attempts with backoff. For attempt in range, so this one we define range from 1 to max attempts, that is 3 plus 1. So what we do here in the attempts, so we're gonna try success to send email verification. So we need to define this one, email send verification email to that user. So we need to define that method. So we'll come here on top, and we define our static method. We're gonna define our send verification email. So we're gonna define send verification email to the user. So this user, we're gonna send them this email. So send verification email to user with both link and code. So arguments, will be user object then it will return, so returns what? Return a bool. So this bool will be success status. Okay, so here we're gonna try to generate verification token for link. So here we're gonna get UID. So to get UID, we're gonna use URL safe encode with force bytes user.pk. That is primary key. Then we're gonna get token. This token we're gonna default token generator. Make this token, it is not equal to the tokens that for refresh. This is for that will be used for one time and expires after. So we're gonna create verification link. So verify URL is equals to string. So we're gonna have settings dot, so we have front end URL / we're gonna go through auth email verify, then UID is equals to the UID, the one we have set there up, and we're gonna have end token, and token is equals to the token we have defined there. Okay, so then we need to compose the email. So compose email. So here to compose email, we need to have subject is equals to string. We need to have the app name, settings dot app name. This one we're gonna define them in the settings.py. So verify your email address. This, then we're gonna have template, context. So we have context is equals to, so we have user will be user, then verify URL will be the one we have defined, then app name, you can put anything you want here, settings dot app name, then code expiry. This will be, let us say 1 hour. So this one matches the one that we have defined in the cache expiry time. So what we'll do, we need to pass. We need first to try, because we try. So HTML message. So we need to render it. So HTML message, we need to define that variable, render to string. So this one emails, then verify email.html. So after that, then we pass the context, the one that we defined there up. From there, just in case that fails, we need to have a fallback. So we need to have a plain text fallback to create a simple text version. Okay, so plain message is equals to hello. We need to pass it here. Hello user dot email, comma, please, we are telling the user, please verify your email address by clicking the link below. So we give the link here, verify URL, the one that you did there. Then we tell thank you. Then with our settings dot app name team, we need to tell them it is a certain team. So then we close. So just in case it fails, to do that, exception, maybe it fails to as template error, we need to fall back. So fall back to plain text email if template rendering fails. Okay, this is to make our system more robust. So template rendering error. Template error. Then HTML message will be none. Then plain message. Hello user dot email, please verify your email address by clicking the link below. So this is just a repetition for above. So thank you. It is just a fallback. We want to make sure it's robust. Then we have settings dot app name team. Okay, so first of all, we need also now to make sure to verify SMTP settings before sending. Okay, so we need to verify SMTP settings before sending them. So what we'll do here, we're gonna try. So we're gonna check here, we're gonna check if email host user and email host password are set. So if not, settings dot email host user or not settings dot email host password, what we'll do, just is settings, not setting, this settings. So what we'll do here, we're gonna log dot error email credentials not configured properly in settings. Then we're gonna return false. Then so from email, if they are set, settings dot, now we're gonna use default from email or settings dot email host user. So what we'll do here, we define now the send email using the Django send email subject. We have defined our subject. Message will be a plain message, plain text version. Then from email we're gonna say from email, that one here. Then we're gonna have recipient list will be user dot email. Okay, it is a list. So after that, HTML message will be HTML message. Then fail silently will be false. Okay, so after that, what will happen, we're gonna log dot info verification email sent to user dot email. Okay, then we return true after sending the email, except if there was an exception, send error. If it failed to send, we're gonna log dot error SMTP error sending verification email. Then we're gonna get the error, we convert it to string. So we're gonna say send error. From that point, we're gonna log the error so that it's easier for us to trace. This is for developer. Format exec, yeah. Then you return false. So if it fails, if there was another error, exception as E, this one should be for the overall, so it should be there, should be back, one tab back. So logger dot error f error in verification email preparation. So string E. Then logger dot error traceback dot format exec, then return false. So after doing that, we're gonna go back here. Before we do that, because we have this part, we need to define these things for settings. So in our settings, so come in our settings.py. So there are some things we need to add. We need to add our email verification timeout. These things we're gonna add them. Let us so email, what we do, we define them. Email verification timeout is equals to that 600 multiplied by 24 multiplied by 3 days. So it will be 3 days verification link. After that, we need mobile, because we do verification, we're gonna do verification redirect to true. This is to enable mobile app redirection for verification. So after that, we need to add here, we need to add require email verification, require email verification. This helps when you want to change them. You don't need to look where they are, just need to use the. So this one, whether to require email verification to use the app. Then after that, what we need to have, we just need the app name. We don't have the app name currently. App name, we're gonna call it stylish. Yeah, it's a string, so we call it stylish. stylish. So using the name stylish, what we need to add next, it's all about email. So setting up our email, we're gonna be using use our emails. We need to set up our email here. Email settings. So let us put email settings. So we'll be using Gmail, Google Mail, SMTP. So at this point, now because we are setting the Gmail, what we'll do is that we need to define the email. So we have these things, email backend, because we'll be using Gmail. So django.core.mail.backends.email backend. We'll be using Gmail, so that's why we have SMTP backend, email backend. There's a caps lock, capital letter. Now we have that one. Then email host is equals to smtp.gmail.com. So email port is equals to 587. Then email I use TLS is equals to true. Then email host user. So here we're gonna introduce something else. So because you are working with sensitive data, we're gonna use a package that is decouple. So decouple will use config. So we're gonna define them in email host user. That one we're gonna define in the env file. So then email host password is equals to config. Gonna use email host password. We're gonna define these ones in the backend. In the default from email is equals to, let us define stylish no reply at your app.com. So this one you can have it. Then contact email is equals to, can have it support at stylish.com. So after doing that, what we need here to import it is from decouple. So from decouple import config. So I think we don't have decouple. I think we have not installed decouple. So to install python-decouple, I use pip install python-decouple. As you can see, we have installed it. So when you come here, so you see the error disappears. So after doing that, we need now to define our .env that will be outside here in the main project. Gonna have .env. This is where we're gonna define our environment variables. So here we need to define the email configuration. So email host user. Like for me, I will use mine. So mine it is kihara general@gmail.com. So here it is comment, we have email configuration. So we have defined that, and also we're gonna define email host password, which will be, so this password we're gonna go to your account, your Gmail account. So when you go to your Gmail account, there's this part for managing your Google account. So what we need from this point, it is our app. You're gonna come here and search app passwords. So here you get these app passwords. So when you get it, you will see your app passwords. You're gonna create a new one. So let us create stylish. When you create, you'll get this. So this one is the one that we're gonna use as a password. So copy it, you come and paste it here. So that is the app password that we're gonna use here. So after that, what we'll do, because we have touched about this part of environment variables, we're gonna define our secret key here so that we're gonna handle them well. Secret key, we're gonna define them here. Then debug, this one we can set it to true because we're working on whatever. Then allowed host will be localhost 127.0.0.1, then 192.168.0.105. So after that, so we can define our app name here. But first of all, it can stay like that. So we come here in the settings.py. We're gonna remove this secret key from here. So Control X, then you take it to .env here. Okay, then in here, what we'll do, we're gonna now use the config. So what we'll do here, we'll have config, yeah, we bring the secret key, then debug is equals to config debug default will be false, then cast it to bool, and you get it from there. Then allowed host, we're gonna use the one in the config. Allowed host, then default will be all, currently, then cast lambda v, then we give it s.strip. We want to separate them where for s in v dot split in comma, where there is comma. So we remove these ones. So after doing that, so this is false. So after we have set up everything, now we need to continue with this part for emails.py. So where we left here. So if success, if it is true, we're gonna log info background verification email sent to user.email on attempt, then we want to know after how long, then we're gonna return. Else we're gonna log out the error that have occurred during sending. So failed to send verification email on attempt. Gonna get the attempt So just in case if that try fails, so we need to accept exception as E. So this one should be aligned with the our try here. So we should move back one tab there. Then we're gonna log out the error. So error in background verification email attempt. So we're gonna have the error. We want to know what type of error has occurred. So if that succeeds, we're gonna get exponential backoff. We need a exponential backoff between attempts. Okay, there is something that we have not done here. We have not closed here, so we have the error. Okay, if attempt if attempt is less than max attempts, we're gonna time dot. If it's still, we need to back off, so multiply by attempt. Okay, so after that, if the attempt fails, we're gonna logger dot error. So we're gonna say failed to send verification email after those attempts. Okay, max attempts. Okay, so if that fails to send that, we're gonna accept exception as E. So that one should be there. So we're gonna logger dot error background verification email critical error string E. Yeah, we're gonna get the string of that logger. So then we need to be able to locate traceback dot format exec format that exception. So after doing that, we're gonna go back to services.py, so that we're gonna continue. So here we're gonna import our email service. So we come here up here, we're gonna import that from dot emails import email service. So we import that one. Now we continue. Now we continue with the send verification email background. So okay, that one we finished. So yeah, we finished that. So we're gonna go back here, so that we're gonna continue with the send verification email. Okay, so to send verification email, we left at this point for thread. So what we'll do here, we need to set rate limiting regardless of background thread success. Okay, so what we'll do here, we're gonna cache dot set, so rate key true, timeout will be 300 seconds, that is equivalent to 5 minutes. So logger dot info verification email queued for that user email. So return true, then we're gonna have success. This means that email was sent. True, message verification email sent successfully. Please check your inbox. Okay, so then the response status code will be 200. So if that fails, so we need the exception as thread. We need to know the error. So I hope this one it is aligned with our try. Okay, yeah. So after that, we're gonna log the error. So here we failed to queue verification email thread. Okay, so it simply means it failed. So a string of that thread error. So after that, we're gonna return. So because it will fail here, we're gonna return false. Then our dictionary will be success, it is false. Then error will be failed to send verification email. Please try again later. So then we give the status code will be 500. So, and if that fails, except maybe we have the exception that we have not catched as E. So what will happen here, must make sure we look it is in the try this the main. So we need to go back here. So come back here, make sure it is there with the first try. So after that, we're gonna log if that our try failed, we're gonna get the error. So here we say send verification email error. So we need to know the error. So string, we're gonna convert it to string. Then we're gonna return false. Then our dictionary will be success, will be false. Then the error is now for the user. The response that we're gonna give the user failed to send verification email. Please try again later. So, and the status code will be 400. Okay, so that is what we have done. So far so good. So we need to go back to our services where we are handling the forward email verification service for sending email. So we need to import that from okay, so where we left this part, we left here try. So send email forward to, so we need to import that in the start of the method. We're gonna import from authentication dot, we have verification, then we have services, gonna import email verification service. So after we import that, this is where now we're gonna start working on it. So after we saved user, now we need to forward email verification service for sending email. So we're gonna have email verification service dot send in the background. So we're gonna get for that user dot id. So we're gonna log the information dot info queued verification email for user. So user dot email. So we're gonna know the user. If it fails, as usual, we must have exception as thread error. As you saw, we used thread. So if it fails, it simply means it didn't send. So we're gonna log, but don't fail registration. Okay, we need to continue the registration if email queuing fails. Okay, so logger dot error. So we need to failed to queue verification, but so user can get the email verification later. So after that, if it fails to get the email for verification, or if it gets, we need to serialize now the data. Serialize user data. Serializer, we're gonna have a variable named serializer. Serializer. So user is equals to user serializer of that user, the user that has sent the data. Then we need to generate tokens. So tokens, we're gonna get the tokens. We're gonna get from token manager dot generate. This one we covered earlier, so if you have not looked, you can check it from the previous sessions. So log successful registration. So when you reach here, we have successfully registered. So registration successful for user, for that user, that is user dot email. Okay, so from there we return. So what we are returning, so return successful response data. So return true, then success will be true, then the data that will be sent will be, now we need to use the serializer data. So user serializer dot data, this one will give the data. Then we're gonna give tokens. This is what the user gonna receive. So tokens, then is new user, yes, so true, yeah. Then we're gonna check we're gonna give if they are verified or not. So here we're gonna say email verified, user dot is verified. Okay, so from that point what we'll get, it is 21201 as status code, meaning the user was created. Failure to that, if that fails, accept exception as E. So this is for this try, for the first try, this one, check, yeah, to register. So if it fails, we're gonna log dot error. So the error will be registration error, okay, where we have the string E, yeah, for that error. Then we're gonna return false. So when we return false, then success will be false, success will be false, then error will be registration failed, please try again. So with the response status of 400. So that is the part 4, the service for authentication service to register. So we need to go back to the views. So in the views, you are doing registration. So here we're gonna use, as we left here, use service layer for registration. Now we want success. This is based from the response we're gonna get from the service. So response data status code. So the reason why we are doing that, as you can see here, we are returning a tuple with the success, response, and status code. And when you look at this response here, it is either we're gonna return success, that is true, then we have the response data, that one dictionary, then the code here. So that's why we are writing it here instead of writing one by one. We need to, it's a way to write it. So authentication service dot register. So in this register, we're gonna pass the email we get from email. Password will be the password we get. Then phone number is equals to phone number. Then we have full name is equals to full name. Then request meta dot meta. So someone might be asking, why do we have the documentation string? So it helps when you hover above this, you see we have the handle, whatever you wrote here. So when you check here, you're gonna see what you are seeing there. This one, it is what you get when you hover above this part, okay? And also this one. So for someone who is not understanding, why do we have the documentation string? So it helps like service class to handle authentication. So there's that part. So what we need to do here, after we use the service, we need to create now the response object. object. So response is equals to response. So the response, we're gonna pass our standardized response, so which will have the response data. Then we're gonna have the status code. Status will be our status code, that is from here, this part. So someone who is not familiar with this part of standardized response, we created this one here in the core folder. So here is the core folder, we have the response.py. so this is what we did for someone who has not yet come to this place. So but I hope everybody is following in that order. So after that, after we have created the response object, we need now to set refresh token cookie if registration was successful and cookie security it's enabled. Okay, so here we're gonna set refresh token cookie if registration was successful and cookie security is enabled. Okay, so if success, this is where now we're going to use our success if it is true, and status code it is in between 200 and 201. so success and settings.jwt cookie secure. So if you go to settings.py, let us come here in the settings.py to see we need to check the JWT cookie secure. So we come here, cookie, have we defined that? Have we? Yeah. So here we have set it to false because we are in the localhost, so we are testing. So in production, you need to change this to true. So let us come back here again. So if it is set, so we're gonna say tokens. We're gonna define a variable. Tokens is equals to response data dot get data. We're gonna get the data, and put it in that dictionary dot get tokens. Then we're gonna put it also in dictionary. So if we're gonna get refresh token in tokens and refresh expires in what is going on? Expires in tokens. If it does that, we're gonna have the response.set cookie. So set cookie. So key is equals to. So you might want to check what is set cookie. So expires can be a string in the correct format, a naive datetime object in UTC, and aware datetime. So this one comes from the response object. So after that we're gonna use settings.jwt cookie name. So this one we have defined here in the settings.py. Let's check it. Yeah, we have the cookie name there. So we have set it to refresh token. So let us come here again. Let us continue. So key, then we need value. Value will be tokens. Tokens refresh token. Then expires time zone. We imported that one up there. Time zone dot now plus time delta. Time delta. So we need seconds, which will be tokens of that refresh expires in. So then we need secure will be true. Then what else? Then HTTP only, we're gonna set it to true. Then same site will be strict. Then path, the root. Then domain, we're gonna have settings dot session cookie. We need to set this one. We need to set it. So we need to come to the settings.py. We have not yet set this one, so we're gonna have it here. Session, let us copy it. Control C. Session. So this one. So what we'll do here. So what is session cookie domain? So this one, the session cookie domain, yeah, it defines which domain the session and JWT cookies will be valid for. So it's a security mechanism that controls cookie scope across domains and subdomains. So the reason it is required, it is for security. So this one prevents cookies from being accessible to other domains, reducing the risk of cookie theft attacks. So cross subdomain authentication, so it allows you to share authentication across multiple subdomains of your application, e.g. maybe .app, maybe app.example.com, maybe API, etc. Then JWT cookie integrity. Your code uses it when setting JWT refresh tokens in cookies, which is why it's appearing in this part of the views. So what happens here is that we're gonna define. So here in production you need to have .your, let us use your domain.com. So one thing you should note, so note the leading dot for subdomain support. So but for development, which we are doing now, for development we're gonna, if debug it is true, gonna set session cookie domain to none, or 127 127.0.0.1 for local development. So that is our session cookie domain. So let us come back to our views, and before we continue, someone might be asking, okay, why do we have the session cookie? Storing the refresh token in an HTTP, this part, and also this one, this part, these three, HTTP only, secure, when set to true, then same site strict cookie. This is a common security practice. So it makes the refresh token less vulnerable to theft via cross-site scripting. I think XSS, that attack. So compared to storing it in local storage. So the access token, which is short-lived, is typically sent to authorization header. So that's why we only have the refresh token here. So after that, what we'll do, we need now to set the CSRF token, which will be after we need the if success. After if success, the first if success, we need, as you look here, it should be here. Okay, if success, we need to get token request. So the request, we're gonna get from the request, then we're gonna return. After we get the token, we're gonna return response. If it fails, we need to show an error and get the error exception as E. I think it should be in that try. Okay, it is good. Then logger.error. So registration error string E. So after that, we need to log so that we can be able to trace error, trace back dot format exec, then return response standardized response, where we give success is equals to false, it has failed. Then error will be registration failed, please try again. Then status is equals to status dot. So we're gonna use HTTP 400 bad request. So that marks the end of our views. For register, we have an error. Where does it come from? Here. So this one, we need to have a comma here. So So that is registration. What next we need to handle? It is login. So we need the user to log in. So here class, we're gonna have class user login view. So it's obvious it will API view. So in API view, so this one obvious permission classes will be allow any, then throttle, as I explained earlier. So throttle you unknown, so unknown throttle. So we need to use post, def post, so self, then request. That is our post. So here we're gonna try to get the email. The email user sends email request dot data. From that data we need to get email. So after getting email we need to get password, the password that will come. Request dot data dot get password, spelling is important, password, I hope it is spelled like that. Then we need device info request dot data dot get device info. Okay, failure to that, it will be an empty dictionary. It is not a must. So here we're gonna use service layer. So here we need to have the service layer for login logic. Okay, so here we're gonna go and define our service for login. So we handle the register. Now we need the one for, make sure it is aligned with this one. So we're gonna have our register, our login method here, which will be a static method. So def login. For those who are new to Python, this is how you define methods or functions. Password, so device info will be none, it is not a must. Request meta none. Then we're gonna have our documentation string as we have been doing, so let us do it also here. So we're gonna handle user login with email and password. So user gonna log in with email and password. So arguments that we need from this part is email string. So I'm teaching you how to create a real world application, so don't worry why we have a lot of things here we are doing. So string user password, and I'm teaching you how to have well documented code. Dictionary, it will be optional. So device information for audit, then request meta is dictionary optional, then request metadata for security login. Then this gonna return, so returns what? Returns tuple, so with success, response, dictionary, then with the status code. So after that, now this is where we start the login. So if there is not email or not password, so we're gonna return. It's good to check here. False. This is to make our backend more secure. Success gonna be false. Then error will be gonna say email and password are required. Okay, are required. Then the response status code will be 400. So then we need to log. So if the user has given password and email, we need to login attempt with security metadata. If there is request meta, we need to log them here. So logger.info, we're gonna say login in attempt from IP. So we're gonna get the IP if there is. So request meta.get. So get is used to get the information we want. Remote address. Okay, remote address. What else we need? We need also user agent. Okay, user agent. We request meta.get, gonna get the HTTP user agent. So from there, after we get that, after we log that part, we need now to start try. So the reason why we use try is because this part can have an error, maybe an exception, and we need to catch them just in case not to. So first of all, we must check out if there is account lockout. So if we are using cache get, we need to get so account lockout for that email. So if we get, so we are getting that, so logger dot warning warning, we need F login attempt for logged account, that email. Okay, then we're gonna return false, then returning false success will be false. Yeah, and error will be account temporarily locked due to multiple failed attempts. So try again later. Okay, then Logout be true, then the response status code will be 4 or 3. So after that, if the user it's not logged out, we're gonna authenticate. So to authenticate with Django's system. So user is equals to authenticate. So we pass username. Username will be email. Then password will be assigned to password. So this authenticate, obviously if the given credentials are valid, return a user object. So we have imported it here. So we have imported here. This is one, the authenticate. So after that, after we authenticate, so first of all you need to check if it passes. If authentication failed, if it failed, if not user, we need to first of all increment failed login attempts. This is so that just in case they try multiple times, we're gonna log them out. So attempts get cache.get. So we're gonna increment failed logins of that email. We're gonna increment them. So we're gonna plus 1, gonna increment by 1. Then cache.set failed logins of that email the failed attempts. Then timeout will be 1800. That is 30 minutes. That is 1800 seconds. So after that, we need to lock account. This account needs to be locked after 5 failed attempts. If the user tries 5 attempts and they fail, we need to lock that account. If failed attempts are greater than or equal to 5, we need to ucache.set account logout email. So we need to set it to true. Then after true, we're gonna timeout for 900 seconds. That is equivalent to 15 minutes. So logger.warning, we need to give a warning to get that warning. So account locked due to failed attempts. So we need to pass that email. Yeah. Then we're gonna return false. So false. Then success will be false. False. Then error be account temporarily locked due to multiple failed attempts. Try again later. Then we're gonna logout will be true. Logout then the status code will be 43. And if that fails, this one, if you don't get user fails, we need to give a warning. Make sure it is aligned here. So warning, need failed login attempt for email. So return false. So success will be false. Error will be invalid email or password. Then the status code will be 401. So we have an error here. So this error, we need a comma here. Yeah. So after we do that, so next thing, so we have checked if the user attempts failed login attempt for email. Now we need to check if the user is active. So this one gonna go with should be outside the if not user, so should be in this line. So if not user dot is active, we're gonna, if the user is not active, we're gonna use logger warning. We're gonna give login attempt for disabled account, then email. And you know, we handled this part where we blacklist that token. If the so response, then success will be false, then error will be account is disabled, please contact support. So, and the response code, the status code will be 403. Then after that, then we're gonna, if the user is active, then we have passed the above validations. We need to reset failed login attempts upon successful login. So you cache delete. So after user logs in, we need to clear the failed logins of that email. So after that, we need now to serialize the data. After user logs in, now we need to serialize user data. So here we're gonna serializer will be user. Our serializer, we're gonna pass the user. So after that, we're gonna generate tokens with here we're gonna generate tokens. So to generate tokens will be token manager dot generate tokens of that user. So after that, we're gonna record login with device information for audit trail. Okay, so we're gonna user dot last login is equals to time zone dot now. Then we're gonna save the user. We're gonna update the user. So update fields will be last login. So that is what we're gonna update. So here we need to log successful login. So after, we need to just log the information. So request meta, we need to log dot info login successful for user. So user dot email. Okay, then we're gonna have from which IP. So it will be request meta dot get remote ADDR, so address. Yeah, so after that, after we successfully do the above, we're gonna return successful response. So this one will be the response that we need to give after successful login. So return, so we're gonna return true. Then our response data, gonna have data here, which will be a dictionary. So we're gonna have user will be serializer dot data for that user. Then gonna have tokens. So tokens, we're gonna pass the tokens that we generated. Then email verified user dot is verified. Yeah, so if user has not verified, we need to give verification needed. Okay, we're gonna say not user dot is verified, and settings, I think we defined this one, require email verification. So let us check first if we have this in our settings, require email verification. So let us come here, let us see whether we added. Let us see, I think it is here below. Let us see, yes, we have require. So we have it here, which we have set it to true. So the user must verify their email. So response status code will be 200. Success, that means success. So if that fails, we're gonna exception. We need to get that exception as E. So remember, this exception must go with this try. Yeah, this try. Okay, that one for checking user for logout and other things. So after that, we're gonna log dot error. So this is a string login error, string E. So the reason we use F, it is when you want to have variables in the string, that string we want to display. So return false, then success will be false. So here things have not gone as we expected, so we need to give the error. So authentication failed, please try again, please try again. Then the response status code will be 401. So after doing that, we need to go back to our views for login. So the service, that is one that's gonna interact with the that will handle the business logic of that part. So after that, what we need to do is now it is to complete our view. So our view success response data status code. We need this from authentication dot service dot login. So in our login, we need to pass our email here, password is password. Then if we have device information, we get the device info here. Then request meta, gonna request dot meta. Okay, so after that, after we get those variables from the service, we need to create response object. So for this to create response object, we're gonna use response. We're gonna use the response from REST framework. So response, where we pass this standardized response that will have the request response data from our service, which we have defined there. Status will be status code. So these ones are coming from here, so don't be surprised where they come from. Which is the response we get from them. So here we're gonna now, as usual, what we do is to set refresh token cookie if login was successful and cookie security is enabled. If you have enabled the cookie security from the settings. So if success and status code is equals to 200, this means the user has logged in, and settings dot JWT cookie secure, we need 2 tokens is equals to response data dot get data. If no data, we're gonna give that dot get tokens. Then so if refresh token in tokens and refresh token expires, we need to get the expiry date in tokens. We need to respond, gonna give a response dot set cookie. I had described this the previous session, so here's just typing them. JWT cookie name Yeah, we defined them in the settings, so you can go there and see what is going on there. So tokens, then we're gonna pass a refresh token, then expires. We're gonna get time zone dot now, then time delta, yeah, seconds tokens. So we get the expiry, refresh expires. So the reason we're using this because it's a dictionary, so we need to get that the data in that part. So secure will be true. Yeah, then we're gonna set HTTP only, true. Then what else? Same site will be strict. I explained this one in the previous section. So path with the root. Then lastly we need domain settings session cookie domain. So after doing that, what we need to do, we need now to check. Also here we checked so that we save the cookie, we get the cookie. So here the next thing we need to do from this if, outside this if, so we need to check to get the token. So here we need to set the cross site request forgery token for added security. So we are building a robust application, so we have, this is not a toy system, so that's why we have a lot of things to do here. So request, after doing that we need to return response. So this is after you have logged in and you have saved the other parts. So exception as e. So this one is for the trial to post. If it fails, now we need to get the error. So logger.error. So login error string, gonna convert that error to string. So then logger dot error, we need to have the traceback so that we can be able to trace it. Format exception, so there. Then we return a response. So this is where, if things have not gone the way they're supposed to go, we're gonna give the standardized response. So where success will be false, success will be false, and error will be unexpected error occurred. Okay, so we tell them please try again. Then status will be status dot, in that list we need 500. HTTP 500. Where is it? Internal server error. So that marks the end of our login view. So the next view that we're gonna handle, so we can now register user, we can login user. So the next thing that we need to handle, it is token refresh view. So what we'll do here, now we need to define our class for token refresh view. So to define that, as usual, class token refresh view. So it's gonna inherit from base API view. So now we need to write the documentation string here. So this API endpoint is endpoint for refreshing JWT JSON web tokens with the robust security measures. Okay, measures. Okay, so here, as usual, we get the permission classes. This one will allow any, so we're gonna allow any to get here. Then throttle, so I had explained this earlier, so we won't repeat that. So unknown rate throttle. So after we do that, because it's a sensitive information, we need to use post. So def post, so self request. So it will have a request. So here we're gonna try something. First of all, what we need to do here is just to get the refresh token from request body. So let us first, we're gonna try to get refresh token from request body. So refresh token, gonna get it from the request dot data dot get. We need to get the refresh token. Okay, so after we try to get it, sometimes you might get it or not. So if not in body, so try to get from the cookie, HTTP only cookie. Okay, so here, so if we didn't get refresh token, so and settings.jwt cookie secure, this one we have defined in the settings. So we're gonna assign refresh token to, we're gonna get request dot cookies dot get settings dot JWT cookie name. Okay, this is where now we use the cookie name. So yeah, if we get it, now this is where now we use the service layer. service layer for token refresh logic. So we need to use service to get the token. So here we're gonna define another method to get refresh token. Static method. Here we're gonna def refresh token. So here we pass our refresh token. Yeah. So to get our refresh token, we need to, first of all, documentation. It's good. Refresh and authentication token. Refresh and authentication token. So arguments will be just refresh token, obvious, as you can see from the method, which will be a string. So this is the refresh token to use. Okay, so returns, this one will return a tuple, so it will have success, response, dictionary, then with the status code. So from there, what we need to do, if there's no refresh token, it was not given, we just need to return false. Then dictionary, we need success, false, error, we're gonna refresh token is required. Is where maybe they have sent empty refresh token, so 400, that is the status code. So then we're gonna try, after if there's a refresh token, we need to try something. So we're gonna use token manager, use token manager to refresh the tokens. Okay, so here we're gonna use the tokens manager. So we're gonna have a variable tokens named tokens. So tokens, we're gonna get token manager. This one we handled it earlier. So we're gonna get the refresh tokens. We're gonna pass our refresh token. Okay, so when we pass that one, if it succeeds, if it succeeds, we're gonna return successful full response data. So here we're gonna return true because it's successful. We're able to get new tokens, so success will be true. So after that, we need the data that we'll get. So here in the data, we'll have the dictionary as usual. So in this dictionary, we need to we're gonna get access token. This is what we're gonna give user or the front end tokens. So from the tokens that we're gonna get from the token manager, so we need access token spelling, make sure it's okay, refresh token, gonna get tokens, refresh token. Then we have token type. Token type will be tokens, then token type. Okay, then expires in what? We need this time. So tokens, we're gonna get expires in. So now with our response status code 200 means it's okay. So after that, if it fails, we need to have the exception as E. So we need now to log our error. Token refresh error. So return, so we're gonna return false, then where success will be false also. Then what else? We need the error. So an error occurred during token refresh, then with our status code of 500. So now we need to go back to our views. So in our views, this is where we're gonna handle our token. So our token here, we're gonna get as usual success. We need success status, response data, we need status code. So authentication service dot refresh token. So this one will get our refresh token. That one we're gonna pass it there. So we need to create response data. Create response object. So response is equals to response, then standardized response with our response data from the status will be status code. So these ones we are getting from the service. So after that, we need to update HTTP. So update HTTP only cookie if enabled and refresh was successful. Okay, so we need to update. So first of all, we must check if success and status code is 200, it is equal to 200 and settings.jWT cookie secure. So here tokens will be response data dot get. We're gonna get the data. When we get the data, we're gonna the data we get. So if there is data, there is refresh token in tokens and expires in tokens, we need to give a response. So this response dot set cookie. So set cookie gonna have the key, which we get it from settings.JWT cookie name. Okay, so value we're gonna get tokens, gonna get the refresh token, the new refresh token. Then after that we need expires time zone dot now you add time delta, so seconds, you need to pass seconds here, seconds tokens, then expires in. Then after that, what we need next, secure, it will be true. Then we get HTTP only will be true. So then same site is equals to strict, capital S, strict, then path will be / then domain will be settings dot session cookie, not cookie domain. So after that, after we save the cookie, so we need to add CSRF, this cross-site request forgery. So if success, okay, if success, we need to get token request. Then after that we're gonna return response. After all that, gonna return response to the user. So after that, if there was an error, so we're gonna accept exception as E. So logger dot error. So then we're gonna set token refresh error. We need that error to be string of that error. Then after that, what we're gonna do, gonna give a response. We're gonna return response. So this response, gonna pass our standardized response here. with the success will be false. False error will be an error occurred during token refresh. So then our status will be status dot http 500 internal server error. So that one marks the end of the token refresh view. So the next view that we need to handle here, it is for validating token. So class gonna call it validate token. Is just for validating tokens. So base API view, as usual, what we do, enhanced. So we're gonna say token validation with additional security checks. Okay. So permission classes, you must be authenticated. So whoever is using this endpoint must be authenticated. Okay. So from there, so we need to def get self request. So user is equals to request dot user. So we need to get token from the authorization header. So auth header, we need to define a variable. Auth header, gonna get request dot meta dot get http authorization. Fill that empty. So if auth header dot starts with I hope yeah, starts with bearer, so starts with bearer, we need to get token is equals to auth header dot split. We're gonna split it at the space, yeah, and then get the first part of it, then use service layer for token validation logic. So here we're gonna define our service. So we're gonna go here to services.py in our auth, and then come here below static method, static method is decorator. So def validate token, you're gonna pass the token and also the user of the token. So what we do here, first of all, documentation. So we're gonna define, so validate a token and check if it belongs to the user. That's why you are passing user there. So arguments that we're gonna be passing to this function or method, we're gonna have token string, the token to validate, then you're gonna have user, so user, the user object to check against. Okay, so this is for getting comparison if the token belongs to the user. So then this method gonna returns a tuple with success, response, dictionary, and then status code. So after that, what we need to get is valid user ID, token type from, this is from token manager dot validate token. So we pass that token there. So if you want to check what the validate token returns, you're gonna go to the core, then you're gonna go to token manager, that is in the JWT utils, and we look for that token, validate token. So the response of it, as you can see, let us see. So validate token, so returns a tuple, is valid user ID, token type. So if it passes these ones, we get user ID, token type, user ID, JTI, which will be passed to the response here. You get the point? So that's why we are using the 3 to get all of them. So let's go back to our view, to our service. So here to our service, so you get where you're getting that point. So if not is valid, if it fails to be valid, or user ID not equal to the user dot ID, so we're gonna give a warning. We're gonna get a warning here, warning. So token validation failed. So expected user dot ID, but got user ID. I hope we wrote it well here. User ID, we got it, yeah. So then return, gonna return false, just failed, then success will be false, then error, so error will be token validation failed. Okay, so after this point, if it qualifies to pass that point, we need to, now at this point we need to have the access verification status. So verification status through the service, gonna have the service layer with proper cache handling. So here we're gonna have from authentication dot verification services, we're gonna import email verification service. So here we need success, gonna get success verification response. So here you're gonna have a dash so that we don't need the other parts. So email verification dot check. So this one we don't have, we need to add it. Gonna verification, we're gonna check verification status, okay, of the user. So we're gonna go to the email verification service that is in the validation, then we're gonna go to the service. So what we'll do here, define also a static method def check verification status, okay, for user, for that user. So we need to have the documentation string here. So check email verification status. So arguments will be just pass user. So user, so it will be user object. Then it's gonna return. So returns what? Gonna return tuple. So tuple, you need success, response, and status code. So here what will happen, we're gonna try to first, we're gonna try to do what? We're gonna first try to get status from cache, okay, then cache key is equals to email verification dot get, gonna get verification cache key for user dot the primary key. We have defined this one up there, we defined it in the previous sections. Here this only just so the gets generalized cache key for user verification status. So user verified status, only that. So it caches that. So then cached status. So cached status is equals to cache get that cache key. So after that, after we get the status, so if we have a cached status, we're gonna use it. Okay, so if cached status is not none, logger.info using cached verification status for user. So for that user.pk, that is primary key, then cached status. So from there we're gonna return true. Yeah, so success true. This just get the verification status. So success will be true, then data will be the data we need is verified. That one will come from the cached status. That one will tell us whether the user is verified or not. So then with the status code of 200. So after that, if maybe sometimes you might find it is not in the cache, so if not in cache, so query the database. Now we get it from the database. So to get from database try, we're gonna have a try. So here we get fresh user data from database. Okay, so fresh user, the one we are getting from database, so is user dot objects dot get the user associated with that primary key, so user dot pk. So it's verified. We get it from fresh user dot is verified. Okay, that one will come from the backend. So after getting it, we need to cache the result for future queries. Okay, we don't want to keep on hitting the database which is time consuming and also too slow. So cache key, then we're gonna have it's verified, gonna pass it there, then timeout for that cache key will be, that is 1 hour, that 600 seconds. Then we're gonna logger info. So So we're gonna say fetched verification status from DB, from database for user. So user.pk then is verified. Okay, so after doing that, we're gonna return, we need to return true. So then success will be true, then data will be so is verified, is verified. So after that, just in case, with the 200, don't forget to add the status code, that is 200. So from that, if it fails this try, we need to accept user. Maybe user does not exist. Does not exist. So we need to log that error. So user with that primary key not found in database. Okay, so we're gonna return false, then success will be false, then error will be user not found. Okay, then the status code will be 404. So if that try fails, now all of that has failed. Now we need to accept here. It's gonna go here. Let us match with the first try. Yeah, this one. So if this try fails, we need to handle the exception as E. Okay, so we're gonna log .error check verification status error. So here string pass E. So from that, we're gonna return if it fails that last known status from database to degrade gracefully. So we're gonna return true. When we return true, then success will be true, then data will be verified verified. So we get it from user.isVerified. This is the last node. Then message will be could not check latest status. So using existing information information. So after that we're gonna give a status code of 200. Okay, so now we need to go back to our service in the auth folder, so where we left. So we have added that one, as you can see we have added it. So after that, what we need to do now, we have the data we need. So if not success, so if it is false, so logger.error checking verification status for user.id. So we're gonna fall back to provided user object. Okay, so it's verified will be user.isVerified. Okay, so from there else is verified is equals to verification response dot get data, and we put it to the dictionary dot get is verified, then user dot is verified. That one we are getting it from that point. So logger dot info token validation retrieved verification status for user.id. So is verified is equals to is verified. So here we're gonna return true after success, true, then success will be true, then data will be, so valid here will be true, then user id user.id email verified is verified. Okay, then with a status code of 200. So after that, we're gonna go back to our view. So here in our view, we're gonna now continue. So we're gonna get the success response data, then status code, status code, which is equals to authentication service dot validate token. Okay, for token, that token we get and the user. So after that, we need now to return response. So when you return response, we're gonna return our standardized response success response. So data response, we're gonna pass response. Oh my goodness. So response data, then with a status code, status code. Okay, so then if it fails that, so we're gonna return response standardized code, standardized response. So success will be a failure, so it will be false. Then error will be no token provided. Then you're gonna give a status dot http 400 bad request. So after that, we have defined validate token. So the last view we need here, it is the logout view for user to log out. So we need to define it. Okay, let us define it. So to define it, you just class logout view base, gonna inherit from base API. So this one is logout endpoint that invalidates tokens. Okay, it's gonna invalidate tokens. So permission for someone to access this endpoint, they must be authenticated. So you cannot access this one without being authenticated. So def post self and request. So we're gonna try. So what we try here is to get user is equals to request.user. So here get refresh token. So refresh token is equals to none. Then we're gonna try to get from request data the refresh token. So if refresh token in, if it is in request dot data. Here we assign the refresh token that we get from request.data.get refresh token. So after that, else if, we're gonna check the try to get from cookie if enabled, else if settings.jwt cookie secure. Okay, so if it is not the request, we try to get it from the request dot cookies dot get settings dot JWT cookie name. So these ones we have defined them in the settings.py. So after that, we're gonna use service layer now. Use service layer for logout. So we're gonna define our service layer for logout. So we go to the services.py, and here we're gonna define our logout method. So at static method, what we'll do is that def logout user refresh token is equals to none. Then what we'll do here, so the documentation string, so we're gonna handle user logout invalidating tokens as needed. So here arguments that we're gonna get are user, the user object logging out, then we're gonna get refresh token string, which is optional. So the refresh token to invalidate. So then, returns, this one returns, gonna return tuple success response dictionary, then with status code. So that is what it's gonna return. So after that, we need to invalidate specific token if provided. So first of all, you must check if refresh token, if you have the refresh token, we're gonna try. So what we try to do here, token is equals to refresh token. So refresh token that we got So in that, so JTI, the JWT ID is equals to token dot get JTI. Then if JTI, if we have JTI, we need to go to token manager dot blacklist that token. Okay, blacklist token, that is JTI. So that one accepts JTI. Then we're gonna log logger.info token blacklisted during logout. So we pass JTI here. Then except if it fails for that point, exception as E, we're gonna log a warning. If it fails, we're gonna give a warning. So error blacklisting token during log out. Okay, we're gonna have the string for that error. Then if there was refresh token and we do that, if it passes that, we're gonna log the logout event. Okay, so logger.info, so user logged out, that is user.id. Then we're gonna return true, it was successful. It simply means the user logged out. Success will be true. Then message will be successfully logged out with a response status of 200. So we need to go back to our views. So when you come back here in our views, we need now to do as usual, success response data status code would be is equals to authentication service dot log. Gonna get the logout. So then we're gonna pass user, that one, and our refresh token. So after that, we need to create response object. So here response is equals to response, so standardized response. We're gonna pass the response data, and with our status code. So after that, after I create the response object, we need to clear the refresh token cookie if it was used. Okay, if it was used. So if settings.jwt cookie secure, so we're gonna have response dot delete cookie, response dot delete cookie, where we're gonna pass key. So key will be settings.jwt cookie name. So path, as usual, gonna have the /. So domain will be settings.session cookie domain. So after that, so it simply means we have cleared. So we're gonna come here, then we give a response. So our response, we're gonna return response. But if this part fails, our try fails, we want to cut that exception. Exception as e, we're gonna logger.error. So logout error, string error, then logger.error. We're gonna be able to trace back dot format exec. So still try to clear cookie on error. Okay, so we need to clear the cookie on error, and if we fail, we need to clear the cookie. So response is equals to response or standardized response. So success, it is true. Message will be logout processed. Then here we have status is equals to status.http 200. Okay, http 200. Okay, so it is not http, it is http 200. Okay, so after that, we need to make sure that we clear settings JWT cookie secure. Okay, response dot delete cookie. So we're gonna have key is equals to settings dot JWT key name, then path be as usual / that is the root. Domain will be settings dot session cookie domain, and lastly we're gonna return response. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna look why did we design the view like this. So what we did, we have a well-designed architecture so that separates concerns and implements robust security practices. So the views layer, which is views.py, we have, so this view layer acts as the entry point for HTTP request and handles request validation and initial processing, permission checking, rate limiting against brute force attacks, response formatting, and cookie management. So the key components in our views layer, we have the user login view. So accepts, let us go here. We're gonna start from this point. So we have the user login. It accepts email and password credentials. So implements anonymous rate limiting to prevent brute force attacks. Delegates actual login logic to the service layer. Sets secure HTTP only cookies for refresh tokens when configured. That's why we are looking here. So then we set the CSRF tokens for this part. We are setting CSRF tokens for cross-site request forgery protection. Then we have the what we want to go to the registration view. So the registration view handles user registration with validation, implements rate limiting for security, sets secure cookies for authentication, delegates registration block to the service layer. Then we have the token, where is it? Token refresh view. So it refreshes JWT tokens either from request body or HTTP only cookies, implements rate limiting to prevent token abuse, then updates HTTP only cookies when enabled. Then we have the validate token. So validates token with additional security checks, requires authentication for access. Yeah, that's why I've set here authenticated. Then lastly, we have the logout view. So handles user logout and token validation, then cleans up cookies in error scenarios for security. After that, so we're gonna come here in the verification. We need to create some views. Yeah, so what we'll do, we're gonna start by importing our imports. So import login, import traceback. We're gonna import REST framework. We're gonna import status from it. Status from REST framework. Yeah. So then you're gonna go from REST framework dot views. We're gonna import API view. Then from REST framework dot response import response. From there we're gonna from rest framework dot permissions, we're gonna import is authenticated and allow any, yeah. Then from rest framework also, rest framework dot throttling, we're gonna import unknown throttle, then user rate throttle. Then from our app authentication dot core dot base view, we're gonna import our base API view. Also from core in the our app response, we're gonna import standardized response. Then from dot services, we're gonna import email verification service and gonna import user. So then we're gonna have our logger here. So logger is equals to logging dot get logger name. From that point we're gonna have our class to verify email, this view for email verification, so base API view. Then so this is endpoint 4, gonna have a doc string here, endpoint for verifying email with token. So this token we're gonna get it from our email, verify email that we're gonna receive. So permission class we're gonna allow any. This is because we need even the registering users. So the throttle classes we're gonna have unknown rate throttle. Then from that we're gonna define our post method, that is self and request. So what we'll do here, we're gonna try, so in this part we're gonna try to get the user ID and token. So first we're gonna use query parameters or post data. So this is for flexibility, yeah. So after that, so we're gonna have UID B64, this user ID base 64 that we're gonna get from request dot data dot get. So we're gonna get UID or request dot query params dot get UID. So after getting UID we need token also. To get token we're gonna go to the request dot data dot get, we're gonna get token, or request dot query params dot get UID dot get token, not UID, dot get token. So after that what we'll do, we need to check if we got them. If not UID or not token, if we lack both or one of them, return response response. So you have standardized response, that is success is equals to false, so it has failed. Then error will be missing required fields. So then our status code will be status is equals to status from our REST framework http 400 bad request. So if we have the UID base64 and we have token, and so if you have both, we need to use service. Here we're gonna use service as usual. Use service layer for email verification. Okay, so here we're gonna go to our services.py, so that we're gonna create that missing method for verify email. So we have it should be here static method, our static method. So we're gonna define verify. So this one will verify the UID B. So this one receives UID B64 and token. Okay, so when these are passed here, so we need to have the documentation string here, so that we're gonna say verify email with token. So then arguments, so that will be required in this method, it is UID B64, so it is a string. Then we're gonna have base 64 and coded user ID. Okay, then we need token, which will be string also. Then so verification token. So then this method returns, so this method gonna return, so returns tuple. So and tuple will have success, response, dictionary, then with the status code. So here we need to, first of all, we need to get is valid. If that token and user, we're gonna get user, then error is equals to, we're gonna get it from, token verifier. We need to have this method verify token, so it will receive UID B64 then with the token. Okay, so what we'll do, we need to create this class, which will create it in the tokens.py. So in this file here, the tokens.py, we need to create our class to verify the token. So we're gonna import login. These are the same Django.utils.http. We're gonna import URL, save, decode. We need to decode it. So then from Django.utils encoding, we're gonna import false what for string. Okay, this one gonna get the string from the bytes. So from Django dot contrib dot auth dot tokens, we're gonna import default token generator. Then from Django dot contrib dot auth, we're gonna import get user. We need to get user model. So user is equals to get user model, then logger is equals to login dot get logger, then our name here. From that point we need to define our class. So our class, we're gonna name it token verifier. Yeah, and we need to give our documentation string here. So we're gonna say helper class for verification token operations. Okay, so that is the work of that class. So we need to define our methods here. We're gonna start with our verify. Define our verify token. So what gonna receive, it is UID base 64 and token. So what will happen here, so we're gonna have this method gonna verify token validity and get the associated user, and it is gonna return a tuple which will have it's valid, user or none, and error message. So let us write them down here. So the helper, so verify token validity and get associated user. Then string, this will be string UID, then description, it is base 64 and coded user ID. Then obvious our token will be string, then verification string, verification token. So and response returns, so returns a tuple. So returns a tuple which will give is valid, if token is valid, user or none, then error message if there was an error message. So what happens here is that we're gonna try to get the UID that we get. So we're gonna pass it. So first of all, we must try as usual. If you know this might end up with an error, so we need to decode user ID here. So UID, we're gonna assign it to that variable. So force string, so this one gonna convert this to from bytes to string. So user is equals to user dot objects dot get, we need to compare pk is equals to UID, the one that we have just created there. So after that we need to check if token is valid. Okay, so if default token generator dot check token, token. So we're gonna pass user and token. Okay, so when you pass them, return, if it is true, gonna return true, user, and none. So else, if it fails, we're gonna give a logger.warning, then gonna give invalid token for user. So the user dot email. Okay, so after that we're gonna return false, none, and the error message will be invalid verification token. If that try fails, so we need to get to cut the error. So here gonna have type error, we're gonna have value error, gonna overflow error, then user. We need to cut all the errors that might occur as one of them or all. So logger.error f token verification error. Then we're gonna convert it to string. Then we're gonna return false, none, then invalid verification link. So this is our token verifier method. So it looks like that. So we need to go back to our services.py. So we're gonna import this one. We need to import it where? We're gonna import from which point? Let us import here. So from .tokens import token verifier. So after doing that, we need now to continue. So we're gonna get is valid, then if it is true or false, user, or none, and error if there was an error. So after getting that, so we need to check if not is valid, if it is false, if it is not true. So logger.warning, we're gonna say invalid token verification attempt with UID base 64. UID base 64. So then return, we're gonna return here false, then success will be false as usual, then error will be error, the one that we get, or just in case we're gonna give invalid verification link. So please request a new one. So a new one, so with the status code of 400. So if it is valid, so we're gonna now, this is where now we're gonna introduce something else new, try. So here we need to ensure we use an atomic transaction. So let me First of all, import, then I will explain what it means. Django.db import transaction. Okay, so we do with transaction dot atomic. We need to do something here. So we're gonna update user verification status if not already verified. Okay, so if not, user.is verified If user is not verified, we're gonna say user.is verified. We're gonna assign it to is equals to true. Then we're gonna save. So we're gonna save that part. So here we say update fields. We pass it is a list, so we need to pass is verified. Make sure spelling it's okay. It's verified. Then we're gonna log .info. So email verified for user.id. Then we pass it also user.email via link. Else, if that fails, gonna log .info email verification attempt for already verified user. So we're gonna pass that user here, user.id, then user.id, what else we're gonna pass, and user.email. So after that, before we go on, there's something I want to explain here. So atomic transaction here, the atomic transaction. So with transaction.atomic method, so in this method, it is crucial for maintaining data integrity. So when the code updates the user's is verified status in the database, it's important that this operation is atomic. The reason, so it means what? It means all or nothing. All or nothing. Either the user is verified, it is true, and user.save, the update fields is verified, commands complete successfully. Or if an error occurs here during these two, within this part, if an error occurs here, any error within the with block, any changes made to the database during that block are rolled back. Okay, so they are going to be rolled back. So this one prevents the database from being left in an inconsistent state. So where you get the user object in memory might say verified, but the database change wasn't saved. So also for consistency, so it guarantees that the user's verification status is definitely updated before any subsequent actions are taken. Okay, like updating the cache. So we're gonna continue now. So I think you understand why we have used the atomic so far. So what we'll do here, after we save, now we need to go outside with. So outside with, we're gonna explicitly, so here we're gonna write explicitly clear any related cache entries using our standard key. Okay, our standardized key, which obvious it is there up. So cache key is equals to email verification service dot get verification cache key of that user. Gonna pass user here, user.id. So then after that we need to set the verified status to true in cache. Okay, so what we'll do here, just do cache.set. So we do cache key, then we set to true, then timeout will be 3600 seconds, that is 1 minute. Then we're gonna, after that we're gonna log the info. So updated verification cache for user.id. So set to true. Okay, so here you have set to true. Now we need to give a response to return. So after that we need to return true. Yeah, after we return true, so success will be true. Okay, so here you're gonna say true, then message we're gonna say email verification successful. Okay, then with a status code of 200. So after that, just in case that trial fails, we need to accept exception as e. So we're gonna log dot error. We're gonna say error during email verification. So string that e, then we're gonna return false, then success will be false, then error and an error occurred during verification. Please try again. Okay, then with a response of 500. So it looks like that, our verify email method. So we need to go back to our views. So when you go back to our views, now we need to use that service. So we need success, we need response data, then we need status code. So which we get from email verification service dot verify email, which will receive UID 64. So UID, the one that we're gonna pass, then token will be the token that we pass. So after that, we need to return, this is the response object. So return response. So we're gonna use our standardized response that will pass our data, response data. Then from there, we're gonna give a status. Status will be status code that we get, status code. Okay, failure to that, if our try fails, we need to have the exception as E. Make sure it is aligned with our try. Okay, it's good. Then we need to log.error. Then we're gonna say email verification error. So then we're gonna pass string of that error. Then logger.error. We're gonna trace back dot format exception. Then we're gonna return response. So standardized response. So success will be false. Then with error will be email verification failed. Okay, so please try again with a status code of 400. Status, we're gonna say status http 400 bad request. So I always love to have a get method for direct verification from email links. So it is not a must, but it is good to have it here in this class for verify email. So we're gonna have get method for direct verification from email links. Okay, so we're gonna define, it's a simple method. So get self then request, but we're gonna forward it to forward to post method for consistent handling. Okay, so we're gonna say return self dot post, so with our request. So that marks the end of that class for verify email. So our next view will be for class for send verification email. So we need that view, so base API view. So this is endpoint for sending verification email. When user maybe they don't have it, they can ask for it. So permission classes will be is authenticated. Then we have the roto classes. We're gonna have user rate. So def post, so self, and then the request that we're gonna get. So try. So we need to use, so we're gonna use service layer for sending verification email. So here we're gonna have success, then response data, then status code. From there, email verification service dot send verification email. So request to the request.user, the user you want to send to. Then return response. So we're gonna use the standardized response, with the response data. Then status will be status code. Okay, then if this one fails, we're gonna accept exception as E. So logger dot error, so send verification email error. So we're gonna pass string of that error. Then we're gonna have the traceback dot format exception, then return response standardized response, then success is equals to false, then error will be failed to send verification email. So please try again later. Okay, with the status code of status is equals to status dot http 400 bad request. So after that, we have created the send verification email. We need to we need to have a view for check verification status view. Okay, so here below we need to create another class check. So you're gonna have check verification status view, so base API view. So this is the endpoint for checking verification status. Okay, so permission classes is equals to is authenticated. Yeah, then throttle classes we're gonna have user rate throttle. So here we're gonna do a get definition get self request. Okay, so here we're gonna try. So here we're gonna use the service layer, and the service layer gonna check the verification status. So this will properly handle the cache invalidation. So as we did, so success response data status code is equals to email verification service dot check verification status, then request dot user. Okay, then we're gonna log, we need to log here the verification status check. Okay, so logger dot info verification status check for user. So we need to get the request dot user dot primary key, then response data dot get data dictionary dot get is verified. Then we're gonna return response, so standardized response. So we're gonna have response data, then status is equals to status code. Then if that fails, we need except. Here we need to catch it, exception as E. Okay, then logger dot error, we're gonna check verification status error. So we're gonna pass our string of that error, then logger dot error. So we need to trace traceback dot format exception. So if that fails, we need to fall back. We need to fall back to request dot user if all else fails. Okay, fails. So we need to return response. So standardized response success is true. Data will be yes. We need yes verified. It's verified to be request dot user is verified. Then message that we need to give could not do what? Not check latest status. Okay, using existing information. So then our status that we need to pass here, status is going to be status.http 200. Okay, yeah. So that is the verification view and status view, and we have also created the send verification email view. Now we need to create. So our next part, we're gonna handle the scenarios where the user has forgotten password. So we need password reset view, confirm, password reset view. So we need to start with the class to handle the password reset view. Okay, so class password reset. We need reset view. We're gonna inherit from this API view. So this is the endpoint. So endpoint for requesting password reset. We're gonna follow the same pattern. So permission classes, this you can allow any because someone might forget password. That is normal. So then throttle class. So we're gonna use the unknown rate throttle. Then we're gonna define our method here, def post, so self and the request. Okay, so we're gonna try to get the email. We're gonna try, so email is equals to request dot data dot get. We need to get the email of the user. So if we need to check if user has given, if not email, return response. So standardized response, which will have success will be false, and error will be we need email, so email is required. Okay, then with a status code of 400 bad request, status dot http 400 bad request. So if there is email, so we need to use service layer for password reset logic. Okay, so first we're gonna go and find that one. We're gonna define it still in this service. We're gonna have another class. We're gonna have it. You can create also a different file. You name it password reset service, which I think we'll do it. I think that is better. So let us create another file instead of having that one big one. So password reset service .py. So in this class, so what we'll do, we're gonna define class password reset service. Yeah, so here service class to handle password reset operations. Okay, so we need to define our static method here. Static method, so def, we need to request reset. So we're gonna get the email. So our documentation string here gonna have request password reset for email. Okay, then this one, it is a string description user email, then response returns, this returns a tuple, so returns a tuple success response dictionary and status code. So what we do here, first of all, we must try again to check if not email. If we don't have email, we return false. Then success will be false. Then error will be email is required. Okay, so then with the status code of 400, the bad request. So after that, if we have email, first of all, we must have rate limiting. We need to limit by email to prevent what? Abuse. Okay, not rate. So we're gonna have a rate key. This is for getting the key password reset. So we're gonna have email here. Then if cache.get rate key return, so return true, return true, and so success, we're gonna assign it to true. Then message will be if an account exists with this email, a password reset link will be sent. Okay, then status code of 200. So we need to import cache here. Then we're gonna import from, we're gonna get it from Django.core.cache import cache. Okay, so after doing that, what we'll do next, we're gonna try to find, so we're gonna find the user by email. So find user by email. So we're gonna try, so user is equals to user.object.get email is equals to email. We need also to get user. So user, we're gonna get the user from, so we need from django.contrib.auth import get user model. Then we're gonna define user here. User is equals to get user model. Also we need logger because we will need it. So here we're gonna import logging, and also we're gonna need import traceback. So here we're gonna define our logger. So logger is equals to logging dot get logger name, like that. What else do we need? If we need something else, we're gonna import it later. So after we get, let us come here, we need that space. After we get the email, the user with that email, we need to send email in background. Okay, background thread. So we need threading also. So threading dot thread to import thread. Let's see whether we can import threading. So target will be email service. So we need also to import that one. So don't forget to import threading. So email service you're gonna get from emails import email service. Okay, so when you import email service dot send password reset, we need to go and add that one, send. So we don't have that one currently. So what we'll do is that we're gonna come here in the email service. So now we need to create our password reset email. Okay, so our password reset email, gonna create it here. Okay, password, make sure it's aligned there. So we need a static method. So we're gonna define send password reset email. Okay, so what we'll do, it is user, we're gonna pass user here. So what this does, so send password reset email to user with both with the link. Yeah, we send password reset email to user. So this is a string as usual. Then user object. Okay, then from there, so this returns, so this one returns, we're gonna return tuple bool reset code, then we're gonna have success status. So here we're gonna define our email, which I think we're gonna copy it from send verification email. We don't need to write it twice. So send verification, we're gonna use the try. Gonna copy all of it, Ctrl C, then we come here, then we paste. Okay, so what will happen is that we're gonna have to change some things. So what we're gonna change here, so let us see if things are okay here. So we have the verify URL, so we need to change this one from reset, let it be reset URL. Okay, and change here also reset URL. So in this part for reset URL, we're gonna have auth. So here gonna have password reset confirm UID, then we have the token, then we need to change this subject. So to change subject, we need to move it from to reset your password. Okay, so after doing that, we need to this part for verify, we're gonna change it to emails. We're gonna have password reset. Okay, reset. So this one should be reset URL. So this one will be the message here. So hello. So here we need to change it from you requested to reset. You need to tell them you requested to reset your password for your gonna get the settings dot or app name account. Okay, so please click the link. Please click the link below to reset your password. So we give that a reset, and then we say here, so if you didn't request this, please ignore this email. So after that, we need to change also here below. We need also to copy. We're gonna copy this one. We do not need to stay repeating there. So we do like that. We paste it there. So then try. So to send email. So we have it there. So the logger information, logger.info here, we need to change. So password reset email sent to that one. Then if that fails, we're gonna say we need to change this one also here. We say error. So error sending password reset email. Okay, then finally we're gonna have error again. So error sending password reset email. Okay, so after doing that, we're gonna come back here. So email send password reset email. Yeah, so that is our target. Then arguments will be user. We need to have that comma also. Then we need daemon is to true, then .start, then if that fails, you're gonna get the exception, except user does not exist. Okay, so here you're gonna pass, so you don't need to expose anything. Then we're gonna so rate limit regardless of result. Okay, this is to result, so this is to prevent enumeration attacks. Okay, so after that we need to cache set rate key to true, then timeout will be 300 seconds, that is around 5 minutes. Then so for security always, for security we're gonna return success message regardless of actual result. Okay, so here we're gonna return true, yeah, success, it is true, then message, so if an account exists with this email, a password reset link will be sent. Okay, then with a response of 200. If that fails, we're gonna accept exception as E. So we're gonna give logger.error password reset error. Okay, so string of that error. So also here for security don't expose error details. Okay, so we're gonna return to true, success to true, message will be like this one also, Control C, Control V, then with the status of 200. So, and that marks the end of the service of password reset. So here, so we're gonna come back to our view. So in our view, we're gonna get success, response data, status code, which we're gonna use password reset service dot. So we need to import it from here up. So we need to import it from here, from dot password reset service, import password reset service. So here we are. So dot request reset. Okay, so then we pass email, be email. Okay, so we're gonna return response of standardized response. So response data. Okay, then with the status will be status code. Then if that fails, we're gonna have exception as E. So exception as E, we're gonna log dot error. So password reset error. Okay, so we're gonna have the string of that error. Then we're gonna trace it. Trace back dot format exception. So then for security reasons, we cannot expose the errors. So return response. So we're gonna get standardized response success will be true. Then message will be that one. Then status code will be 200. Okay, status dot http 200. Okay, so that marks the end of password reset view. So our last view, it is to confirm password reset view. So we're gonna have the last class here, confirm password reset set view with, we're gonna import from base API view. So here, so this one we're gonna set is what? Endpoint, and endpoint for confirming. After you get the password reset, so we need where to confirm reset with token. Okay, so permission classes will be allow any, then the rotor classes will be unknown, rate the rotor. Okay, so definition, we're gonna get the post method, so it's gonna have the self and request, then we're gonna try so to get the UID base 64. So as usual, we have this comment to use query parameters or post data. This is for flexibility. Okay, you don't want to be restricted only to one source of UID B64. This is the variable that you want to request dot data dot get UID or request dot query params dot get UID. Okay, so then token also is equals to request dot data dot get token or request dot query params dot get token. Okay, so after we get them, we need the new password, which will be request dot data dot get the new password. We will see the variable. So if not UID base 64 or not token or not new password, if any misses or if all misses, we're gonna return response. So we have the standardized response where success is equals to false and error missing required fields. Okay, so with our status will be status dot http 400 bad request. Yeah, so after that, if we have all of them, we need to get, so we go outside the if. So we're gonna use, as usual, our use service layer for password. For password reset confirmation. Okay, so we need to create a password confirm reset, okay, in the service. So in the service, we're gonna come here, the password reset, we're gonna have another method to confirm. Make sure it's there, static method. We're gonna define that one, confirm reset UID B64 token and new password. Okay, we need to get the new password also, password. So our documentation string, so summary, we're gonna complete password reset with token and new password. Okay, then we have the UID, it is a string, then description, which is base 64 encoded user ID. Okay, so after that, we have the token type, it is a string also, reset token, a string, new password. Okay, password. So after that, what this gonna return, as usual, we're gonna return, so returns a tuple, we're gonna return tuple, that is success response dictionary, then status code. Okay, so after that, so what we do here, we're gonna get the is valid, comma user error. Okay, as usual, this one we're gonna get from the token verifier. So this one we're gonna import it at the top of the file here. So from .tokens, we're gonna import token verifier. Okay, so after we import it, we come here, token verifier, we verify that token UID base64, and then we're gonna verify that token. So after we verify, so we need to, if not is valid, if it is false, we need to return false, then success will be false also, then error will be error or invalid password reset link. Please request a new one. Request a new one with a response of 400, status code of 400. So after, if it is valid, we need to validate password. Validate new password. Okay, we need to make sure it meets the standards. Try. So we need to use validate password. Validate password. So we need to pass the new password with the user. User will be equals to user. So let us see whether we can import from here. Yeah, we cannot. So we need to come here on top. We import the validate password. So we need just below here from Django.contrib.auth.password validation. We're gonna import validate password. Okay, so that is where we're gonna get our validate password. So validate password. So as you can see, it takes password, then user model. That's why I've passed that one. So validates that the password meets all validator requirements and other things. So if that fails, we're gonna have the except. We need validation error as E. So we need also this one. So return, gonna return false, then success, it is false, then error will be the one that we're gonna get .join e.message. Okay, e.messages. Okay, so validation error will come from, let us put it here up also. We need it also. We need from Django.core.exceptions. Gonna import validation error. So that one marks the error is gone. Now after this part, after we validate password, we need to do something else. So we need to update the password. So here gonna put update password user.set password, so new password. Okay, then user.save, you must save, so that update fields, which will be password. Okay, that will be the new password. Then we're gonna log password password reset for, this is for security audit. Okay, so we're gonna logger.info so password reset completed for user.id via a link. Okay, so after that we need to invalidate. So here we're gonna invalidate all existing refresh tokens for security. Okay, after user changes password, we need to invalidate. So we do token manager, token manager. So this one gonna come from the core. So we have here, we're gonna have from authentication.core.jwt's import token gonna import token manager. So that is where it will come from. So here we're gonna write token manager.blacklist. We need to blacklist what? All user tokens. So user.id, all tokens that are associated with that user. So we're gonna return true, and then success will be true, then message will be password has been reset successfully. You can now log in with your new password. Okay, so with a response of 200. So that one marks the end of the service for confirm. So here now we're gonna continue with our views. So in our views we need success response data, status code, so which will come from password reset service dot confirm reset. So UID 64, we're gonna pass our UID 64, then token will be token, then new password will be new password. So after that we're gonna return a response where we pass our standardized response with the response data, then status will be status code, and if that first this one try. If it fails, you're gonna come here, so accept exception as E. We're gonna log dot error, so password reset confirmation error. Okay, so I pass the string of that error. Then we have the trace back error. Gonna trace back dot format exception. We need to format that exception. Then we're gonna return response. So we pass our standardized response and we say success is equals to false. Then error is equals to password reset failed. Please try again. So here with the status code of status dot http 400 bad request. So that one marks the end of our view for verification. So the last part of this session, we are going to handle the profile, where we're gonna create a folder for profile. So in this, we're gonna create profile. Under the profile, like updating profile image, changing password. So what we need, we're gonna add our empty file for init.py. Then we're gonna, this is to make sure it is recognized by Django, so as a Python file. So then we're gonna have services.py, and we're gonna have, lastly, we're gonna have our views.py, views.py. So in this part, what we'll do is that we're gonna start by importing our imports. We need to import logging. Then we need to import traceback. Then from REST framework, we're gonna import status. Then from REST framework dot response, we're gonna import response. Okay, then from REST framework, from REST framework dot permissions, we're gonna import is authenticated. Okay, then from REST framework dot throttling, we're gonna import user rate throttle. Then from REST framework dot parsers, we're we're gonna import multi-part parser. Also we need form parser and JSON parser. So this one gonna handle the data either in multi-part or in form. So then from our app authentication core base view, we're gonna import base API view. Then from also our core response, these are in our app import. We're gonna import what? Import standardized response. Then from .services, we're gonna create this one, profile service. Okay, so this one it's not available, but we'll add it. Logger is equals to logging dot get logger. So name, then from there we need to define our class for user profile view. Okay, user profile view, which is base API view. So we're gonna inherit from that. So this one endpoint, we need to have API endpoint for user profile operations. Okay, this is where user profile operations will be done. So from there we need permission classes, so which is equals to is authenticated. We need any user that is accessing this one to be authenticated. Then parser classes will be, we need to pass multi-part parser, form parser, then JSON parser. Okay, so the roto classes is equals to user rate throttle. Okay, so the reason why we are using multi-parsers is that we need to allow the update of profile picture. So multi-part parser gonna handle multi-part, and also the form parser gonna handle the file uploads like profile pictures, which will be sent as multi-part stroke form data. Okay, so the parser classes, so this one tells Django REST framework how to handle the incoming request data. Okay, then the user rate throttle, so this limits how frequently a user can make request to this endpoint, so to prevent abuse or overload. So what we'll do next, we're gonna define our methods. So define get, so self and request. So this one will get user profile, so this one is gonna get user profile data. So we are gonna try. So what we'll do here, we're gonna use service. As you know, the logic, business logic, we take it to the service layer to get user profile. Okay, so here we're gonna come here to the services.py, and we're gonna start by importing our imports. So import OS, this is to handle the uploads and logging. Then from django.core.files.upload file import, gonna import what? Import in memory upload file, then uploaded file, then from django.contrib.auth.password. This one you're gonna use when you are changing password. Import password, validate password, okay, for validation. Then from django.core.exceptions, we're gonna import validation error. Then we're gonna go to our app from authentication.core.jwt utils. We're gonna import token manager. So from authentication.serializers, we're gonna import user serializer. So then we're going to define our logger. So is equals to logging dot get logger, okay, get logger, this one, that one, then with the name of the module. So after that, we're gonna create the class for profile, class profile service, and this one, the documentation will be service class to handle user profile operations. Okay, so we're gonna start with a static method of, so this one we get profile, so user. So here we just need to have the documentation string, the one that we're gonna say get user profile, then arguments, this one will be don't have anything, so we can leave it like that. Then description user object, okay, user object, and it is gonna return, so returns what? Returns a dictionary, so serialized user data, so the data that is serialized, so that has been converted from Django models to JSON serial. We're gonna give it to a variable serializer is equals to user serializer, where we're gonna pass the user. So when you pass the user, we're gonna return serializer dot data. Okay, so now we need to come back here in the views. So in the views, we're gonna try, now we have said we're gonna use service layer to get user profile. So user data, we're gonna put it in that variable. We're gonna have profile service dot get profile. The one that we have created, request dot user. So we need to return response, where we're gonna pass standardized, the one that we have created, standardized response, where I'm gonna say success will be true if it succeeds. Then data is equals to user data, the one that we have created now. So if that fails, we need the exception as E. So we're gonna log the error. So we're gonna say profile fetch error with that error that we have is ill. Then we're gonna say logger dot error traceback dot format exception. Then return response. We're gonna return a standardized response. Success is equals to false. Then error, we're gonna say failed to retrieve profile. Okay, then our status will be status dot http 500 is 500 internal server error. The next method that we're gonna handle, it is the put method. So this is where user updates some or all the majorly it is all the parts of the profile. So we're gonna define put here. These are the HTTP methods. So if you are not familiar with them, you can go and check. So but they are always like get, put, post, patch, delete. So to do different kind of things in the API or in the website. So update full profile is what we're gonna do here. So we're gonna try to log incoming request for debugging. So here we're gonna logger.info. We're gonna say profile update request. We pass data keys, which it is a list of request dot data dot keys. Then the next one we're gonna logger dot info profile update request, also request, where gonna pass here, we're gonna say files keys. So gonna pass a list of request dot date dot files, dot request dot files dot keys. If here we need to check if here inside here, if request dot files, else we're gonna have no files. Okay, so after that point, this is where now we introduce service. So use service layer for profile update logic. So we need to go to the service layer, so the service file. So here we're gonna create a new method. So the new method will be handling the update profile. So we're gonna have add static method def update, gonna call it update profile, and it will accept user data files, but can be none, it is not a must. So then here to update the profile, we need to generate that docstring. So update user profile data. So user will be an object. So user object, then dictionary for data, description will be updated, profile data, this one will come from the front end. So dictionary, then description will be files from the request. So after that, make sure this one it is aligned well, so that prevent that error. So after that, we're gonna have returns tuple, with success. So the reason why we have a lot of documentation strings, it's because maybe in future you might want to come here, or someone else might want to use that code, or there's an issue they want to debug. So this one gonna help them to find what and how it does things. So try to handle profile picture. So we need first of all to handle the profile picture file if provided. Okay, so if provided, we want to handle it. So if files and profile picture. It is in files. In files, we need to success. So here spelling, so make sure it is files, not file. So success, gonna use success. So here we are going to test to handle our profile image. So here we're gonna use profile. We're gonna create a new method, a private one. So that's why we need a hyphen process. This one gonna process profile. Let us say profile what? Picture file user. Then we're gonna pass files. So, and in these files you're gonna pass profile picture. Okay, so we need to create this profile, this private method, so that it will be here static, will be a static method also. And this static method, we're gonna define it def process profile picture file. Okay, so with user, and now the file, gonna pass the file there. So then gonna say documentation string, this one gonna process uploaded picture file. Okay, then that one will be object, user object, then file type, that is a file, so uploaded file object, which will either be in memory uploaded file or uploaded file. Okay, then after that we need to specify the what this method returns. So the method returns, to return a bool. So in this bool we're gonna say success status. So the success status. From there now we start working on the method try. We're gonna try to validate file type. So all of these things we are doing to prevent malicious activities. Maybe someone might try to upload a malicious file. So to prevent that, now we need to check these things. So that's why we are doing checking profile service. We need to, if not a profile service dot, we need another private method. So valid image file, we are gonna pass our file. So this one gonna check if it is a valid image file. So, and also this one we are separating here because we don't want to have one method doing all these things. It will be too humongous and it will be hard to debug if there is an error, and some things you cannot handle. So def is valid image file. Okay, so file, what we'll do here, our documentation string will say like this: validate uploaded image file. File type, it is a file object, so uploaded file object. Okay, then from there, so this one, even this one returns bool. So it returns bool true if it is a valid image file. So we're gonna check here, we're gonna have check, we need to check if it's a proper uploaded file. So if not is instance, this is a Python function, so that compares, checks if this is a member of this. So in memory, if it is a member of that, or this one of them, if it is true, if it is not, if it is false, we're gonna return false. Then if it is an instance, so we're gonna check now the content. Check content type. So to check the content type, we need to have a variable that will hold the list of image JPEG. If it's a JPEG, image, PNG, then image GIF, then image WebP. Then we need to check if that file, it is in what, it qualifies to have that content type. Its content type not in. If it is not invalid types, we need to return false. Okay, then after that, if it is in valid types, we need to check file extension. So to check file extension, we need to have a variable that will hold the extensions. So we're gonna have, the first one will be JPG, the second one will be JPEG.jpg, third one will have .png, then we'll have .gif, then we'll have .webp. So we need the images files that have this extension. So we need to get the extension from the image, from the file that we receive. Here it is OS path, we imported OS there up, so we're gonna split it. We're gonna split text. Okay, so split text of we need that file .name. Now we need the first when it is splits, it gives the list. So we're gonna have the first, which we start counting from 0. So that's why we get the first, which the first it is the extension. If now we need to check if file extension not invalid, it is not invalid extensions, so we need to return false. So this one gonna handle the image like that. Now we need to come back here. If the profile image is a valid image file, we need to, if it is not, which will get false, so we're gonna say logger.error, where we're gonna say invalid image file type. Okay, then we're gonna give that file dot content type. Then we're gonna return false. But if it is a valid image file, we need now to validate the size. Okay, so to validate file size, e.g. file size, e.g. example given, we're gonna give max 5 MB. So ours will set it 5 MB, but you can set to the max size you want. So we have a variable to hold that. Max size is equals to 5. You multiply by 1024. Then you multiply by 1024 to make it 5 megabytes. Okay, this is 5 MB. So we need to check if file.size, the file you are getting, its size, if it is greater than max size, we're gonna logger.error, where we say file too large. Okay, then we give the file dot size bytes. Then after that we return false. Now if the file passes that, we need to handle. Now we need to handle existing. So user might be updating. If there's a profile picture, we need to handle it before we save the new one. If user dot profile picture, if there is a profile picture, we're gonna try. So here we're gonna try if os dot path dot is file. So we're gonna pass user dot profile picture dot path. If we have that, we need to os remove. So this one gonna remove user dot profile picture dot path. So after that we need to logger dot info, and we say removed old profile picture. Okay, then we're gonna say user dot profile picture dot path, the path that was removed. So but if that fails, you're gonna accept exception as E. We're gonna log a warning, log a warning where we say could not remove old profile picture. Then we pass the string of that error. So the next thing that we need to handle, we're gonna continue after we remove the existing profile. We need now to set the new one. Okay, so the new one, gonna come out outside the if, gonna set new profile picture. So this one we're gonna use dot profile picture is equals to the new file, then user dot save update fields, is equals to profile picture. So the profile picture, we update that field, then log dot info, then we say profile picture updated for user dot id. Then we're gonna return true. So if it fails to update, if our try fails, we need to catch that exception as E. Okay, so here we're gonna log dot error, we're gonna say error processing profile picture file. Yeah, then we pass the string of that error, of that exception, then we return false. So after doing that, we come back to our main service here. So after we process the file, we need to check if not success. If it is not successful, we're gonna return false. Then we're gonna say success will be false. Then error will be failed to process profile picture, then with an error of 400. Then from that point, after we handle that, we need now, if user has updated the password, so we need to handle password change. So where user will give their new password with the old one, change, handle password change if provided. So here, if current, we need to compare the current password in data and new, and the new password in data. We need to assign it to a result, which will be profile service, profile service dot, we need the method to process password change, so which will accept user. Then we're gonna get data dot get to get the current password. So here we're gonna get the current password, and lastly we get data dot get the new password. Yeah, so we need now to create that. Gonna create it here, this private method for processing password change. So this one is the one that will be checking the password change and other things. For static method, so the static method, we're gonna define process password change. We're gonna pass user current password, new password. Yeah, so here our documentation string will be password process password change, yeah, request. So this one gonna handle the password change request. Then the type user object, so that one will be user object. So user object, this one will be string current password, then current user password, then string will be new password to set. So then return, so the return type here we're gonna have a dictionary. So in this dictionary, so result with success flag and error message if applicable. Okay, so here in this method we're gonna verify. We need to verify current. We need to check the current password. So if not user dot check, so user dot check password, we pass the current password. So we return, if not, we return success will be false, error will be current password is incorrect. Okay, so after that, what we need to do, if it is correct, we need to validate the new password. So to validate, we need to try validate password, which we imported the app, then with the current user. Then if it fails, except if this fails to validate, we give a validation error, validation error as E. So we need to return success it is false, error it is current, we're gonna say current password. We need to say, sorry, we need to dot, we're gonna have a comma, then with a space here, then we're gonna join the error, join e dot messages. So after that, if it passes that, our new password, we're gonna update password. So user dot set password new password. Then we're gonna save that part. We're gonna update fields. So the field that will be updated will be the field with the password. Okay, password. Then we're gonna log. So we're gonna log password change for security audit. Logger.info password changed for user, then we give the user ID. Then what we need to do after that, after we change password, we need to invalidate. So invalidate all existing refresh tokens for security. So here we're gonna use token manager token manager dot blacklist all user tokens, all user tokens for that user dot id. Then we return success, which will be true. So after that, we need now to come to the method that we are working on. So here we have the result, which either it will be true or false. So here we need to check if not result, we are gonna pass success. We need to return false, and then success will be false, then error will be result, and the error we get. Then with a status code of 400. Then the next thing we need to do have here an error, so we need to check does not match the previous. Okay, so what is lacking? Oh yeah, you need to make sure it's aligned well for indentation. Yeah, this one should go forward. Yeah, so after doing that, we need now to come back here, which it is aligned there. So we need to remove processed fields before passing to serializer. So safe data, we need to get the processed. So k v4 k, then v in data dot items. If k not in this list, profile picture so then if it is not also with current password, new password, these ones we're gonna update them. We're gonna add more variables later as the project grows. So we need to update now through serializer. So serializer is equals to user serializer, then data will be the one that we have selected there, save data, then partial. This one means that you need to update partially, so true. It can be updated partially, not all of it. Then if serializer, we need first to check if it is valid. Serializer dot yes valid. If it is valid, what we'll do, we're gonna save it. Serializer dot save. Then we're gonna return true, where success is equals to true. Then data will be serializer dot data. Then message will be profile updated successfully. With a response code of 200. Then if that fails, we're gonna return false. Then with a success will be false. Then error will be serializer dot errors. Okay, so after that we need, if our try fails here, this try fails, we need to have an exception. So exception as E. Okay, then we're gonna logger.error, where we're gonna say profile update error, where we're gonna pass the error. Then return false. Then success will be false. Then error will be failed to update profile with the status of 500. So when we do that, we need now to come back to our views. In our views, now we are working, now we got the logic. Now we need to do success, response data, status code. So we do profile service dot update profile. Yeah, so and this one gonna have user is equals to request dot user, then data is equals to request dot data, then files is equals to request dot files. So here after that one, we're gonna return response where we're gonna pass our standardized response. So where we say response data, then status would be status code you're getting from the service. So if that fails, so we need to catch the exception as E. We need first to log .error profile update error. So then we're gonna pass string of that error. Then we're gonna log .error. We're gonna trace back. Gonna trace back .format exception. And then we're gonna return response. So our standardized response, I pass success will be false, then error be equal to profile update failed. Then status is equals to status dot http 500 internal server error. So that one marks the end of the put method. The next one, it is for paths. So the paths, it's when you want to update something, maybe one, or it is used for updating, just to update request. So this is for partial. So we're gonna say partial user profile update. Okay, then what we do here, we're gonna try to, first of all, we log incoming request. This is for debugging purposes. So log.info profile path request. So data keys are, so list of request.data.keys, yeah, then logger.info, gonna pass profile path request. So here it is for files, keys, where we pass a list of request dot files dot keys. If is where we check if we have the files. Request dot files, if it is true, then if it is there's no files, we say no files. Then we're gonna use the same use service layer for partial profile update. So here we're gonna have success, response, response data, status code is equals to profile service dot update profile. So here we're gonna pass user is equals to request dot user, then data is equals to request dot data, then files is equals to request dot files. So after that we return response. The response we're gonna return is standardized response of our data, response data, then with the status code. From there, if there is an exception, we need to catch it. Exception as e, we're gonna logger dot error profile patch error of that string. Then we're gonna logger dot trace dot error to trace back dot format exception. Then we return response, then we give our standardized response where we say success is equals to false, error will be is equals to profile. We're gonna say profile update failed. Yeah. Then status will be status dot http 500 internal server error. So the reason why we use patch and also use the same update profile, as you can come here, you can see that is a place we said partial update true here. So this one is the one that is enabling us to be able to update partially. So then I think we have an error somewhere. We need request. So this one should be request. So and that marks the end of that part of profile. Our next thing to do after creating the views, we just need now to create the URLs so that we're gonna be able to use the views. So we're gonna create in the authentication folder, gonna create urls.py. So here we're gonna import all our views and then we're gonna create their endpoints. So first of all, we're gonna use from Django.urls import path. So this one is for path. Then from .auth.views, we have those views import. We're gonna import what? We're gonna import our user login view. We're gonna import user registration view, token registration view, and validate token view, and logout view. Then from that is from the auth views. Then from .profile.views, we're gonna import user profile view. Then from .verification .views, we're gonna import, we created some here, so we had verify email view, then send verification email view, check verification email view, then status view, then password reset view. Then after password reset view, then we need to confirm password reset view. So from that point to we need app name, so that we're gonna be able to use it in authentication. We're gonna call it authentication. Yeah, so we need URL pattern. So this one helps in creating the URLs. So the first one we need to create the, so here we have a comment to say auth routes. These are the routes in the auth folder. So path, we need login. This for login user. You can call it the way you want, but it's good to call it in a way that you're gonna remember. Login user login dot as view. So this one gonna create that. Then name, we're gonna call it login. Then we have a comma because it's a list. Then path register. Then in this register we're gonna use user registration view dot as view. Then name, we're gonna call it register. Then apart from that path, we need token refresh. So this one gonna go to the token refresh view, token refresh view dot as view. Then from that point, name, we're gonna give it token refresh. Okay, token refresh. So then we're gonna have path to validate token. So token validate. So you see we have the forward slashes. So from there we need to validate token. Yeah, validate token view dot as view. So then name, we're gonna give it a validate token. Then from that point we need to have the path for logging out, logout, which will hit the logout view, logout view dot as view. Then the name will be logout. So comma, then we have the profile routes. So here we have the path to profile. So forward slash, don't forget to add that one, forward slash comma. So user profile, not user login, user profile view dot as view. Then the name, we're gonna set it is profile. Okay, so don't forget to put it in a quote. So then from there, now we need to go to the, now we need to create the verification routes. So the verification routes, we're gonna start with the email verify. So this is for email verification. So verify email view dot as view, then name, we're gonna give it verify email. Then from that point, path to send verification. So to send verification, we need to go to send verification email dot as view. Yeah, then we're gonna have the name of the route. We're gonna call it check verification, then comma. Gonna have the path to verification status. We need to check to be able to get the verification status. So forward slash, then we're gonna go to check. It's going to check verification dot as view, then name, we're gonna call it what? Check verification. Okay, then from there we need also to have the path to password reset. So this one we're gonna use password reset view dot as view. So the name gonna give it is password reset. Then from there path to password reset confirm. So there is to confirm password reset, confirm password reset view as view. Then the name we're gonna have it is name, we're gonna give it to confirm password reset. Okay, so after doing that, we need to go to the main project where you go to the URLs. So here we're gonna now import, we're gonna use the route that we have created, the URLs. So we need to give it the URL. So we're gonna use Auth API. We need to use API Auth, so that the moment we want to go to that folder, we're gonna use. So we're gonna include. We need to include. So to include what? Authentication, the name that we gave to it, or then authentication.urls. So this one gonna go direct to the URLs. Then include comes from the URLs. So we're gonna include. So that marks the end of that part. So the next thing that we need to do, that make sure you have created this folder in the main project. So you name it templates. This is how you create templates. Then you have the emails. Then you, after having the emails folder, you create the base HTML. Then you'll have this code there. You create, like, you can go through this. As you can see, we have the CSS, this part. Then after having the CSS, we can look at this. Yeah, this is all about CSS. Then we have the HTML. This is how our email we want it to look like. So you're gonna go through it. You can check there. Yeah, you can see that we have the footer there, then it is like that. Then from that point we have the reset password reset, where we extend this one, we extend the base email, which it is located here. Then we have the block content, which it is here. So that this is for the appearance of the email. So this is where we're gonna put our content. That's why we extend. We come here and extend it. When you extend it here, you say block content, then you put your content there. So currently we have the reset your password, user.firstname default there, hide there. You know, if you don't get the name, then we have you recently requested, that one. Then use that part. This is where you're gonna get the URL. So this is a button. Then if it is mobile, this link will open directly in your mobile app. Then else, if you are on a mobile device, you can also open this link in your app. So then we have that part. If the button doesn't work, copy and paste this link into your browser. So this link here. Then if you didn't request a password reset, please ignore this email, or you contact support if you have concerns. So that is password reset. Then we come here to this part for email, verify email. So our verify email will have verify your email, that is the header. Then hi so and so, there or there. Then thank you for signing up with that app name, verify. Please verify your email by clicking the button below. If that fails, you're gonna come here, you're gonna use that, you're gonna copy and paste that link. So that is what you need to do, so that this part for emails, this part, where is it? Here in verification, then emails, we have this part where we are saying password reset and other things. So after doing that, you will come here to the settings.py. So we need to say where our directory for templates it's located. So what we'll do, this list here, so we're gonna pass we're gonna say os.path.join. so it is base, we need to say join our base directory. Then it will go to the templates. That's why we have declared that one, templates. Then without forgetting, import OS. So this one will come direct from import OS. So that's how you add. Finally, what we'll do here is that we need now to, because we created our custom user, you need to declare it here, that you say auth user model, so that you're gonna use the one that we created. Okay, so we're gonna say authentication dot user. Yeah, that is how it is. Then what we'll do next, we want to set up our database, and before setting up, we need to install, we're gonna be using the PostgreSQL. So which now we need to set up. Okay, so let us go and do it now. So our next step is to install Postgres in the, currently I'm using Ubuntu, so that's why I'm here in my terminal. So in my terminal, So we'll get PostgreSQL. So this is a powerful open source relational database. So installed and configured in this machine. So Django plays really well with PostgreSQL, making it a popular choice for production environments. So we need to start working with the PostgreSQL from now. So what we'll do, we're gonna sudo apt install Postgre. If you're using something else other than Linux, and if you're using a different type of Linux, so you're gonna use either ChatGPT or Gemini or any other like Cloudy to get how to install it. Okay, so PostgreSQL, which it is not hard. PostgreSQL. No, I'm not supposed to do here. Let me copy this one, PostgreSQL contrib. So this one should not be here. We want to install to the system itself, not in the virtual environment. Control-Shift-C. We need to open a new tab. So in this new tab, so we're gonna shift paste there, sudo apt install. So it will ask for the password. Then I'm gonna insert my password. Then you're gonna wait for it to install. So it has installed. So what we'll do next, we need now to check so we're gonna clear there. So sudo system control status PostgreSQL. So this one gonna give the status of the database. So it will check the status of PostgreSQL. So here we can see it is active. Yeah, so it simply means it is running. So after that, we need to access the Postgres user. So which we're gonna do. So the PostgreSQL creates a default user named Postgres. Yeah, and this Postgres, upon installation, to perform administrative task, you need to switch to this user. Okay, so sudo postgres. So you need to go to this user. So it has opened the Postgres. So this one, after switching to Postgres system user account, so from here you can access anything. Yeah, so PSQL. So as you can see, after we have switched from the user account to Postgres, now you're gonna use PSQL to open Postgres. So now we are inside the PostgreSQL interactive terminal. So you can run SQL commands here, directly here. So after that, you can quit. To quit, we just move out of that point. And then if you want to return back, you're gonna exit. Yeah. So but before we do that, it is our best practice to create a dedicated database user for your Django application instead of using the Postgres super user. Okay, so we need to switch switch to Postgres. So when we switch here, we need to go to our database. So now we need to create a project user. So we're gonna say create user. So here I'm gonna say I will have the user general, it is me. Then with password. So password we're gonna use, let us use gentech at 1 2 3 4. Yeah, gonna use that. So this one creates a new user role in PostgreSQL. So then we have used that password that we're gonna remember, and then the one that is strong. So from there we need to alter role. So general, so this user we're gonna set to client encoding to UTF-8. Okay, so create user, whatever. Oh, sorry, we need to go to this command. We forgot to terminate. In PostgreSQL, we must end up with semicolon so that it will work. So create user syntax. We need to, what have we not done? User with password, it should be single quote, not double. Yeah, password should be single quote. So after doing that, this is where now we start altering that role. So alter role. So general, you set client encoding to UTF-8. Then don't forget to terminate that. Then after that we're gonna alter role general. Gonna set default transaction to transaction isolation to this should be cut to read committed. Okay, committed. Then terminate. Then lastly we need to set time zone for this user. Alter role general, set time zone, or time zone to UTC. Okay, so these commands gonna set the important parameters for this new user. So client encoding to UTF-8 it ensures proper handling of various characters. Then default transaction isolation to read committed. So this is Django's recommended isolation level, so providing a good balance between consistency and performance. Time zone to UTC, it is highly recommended to use UTC for time zones in your database to avoid confusion with daylight, saving time and different server locations. So Django will handle the conversions to local time in your templates if needed. So from there we need to create a database for Django. Okay, so to create a database for Django, we need to create database. So we're gonna name it, what name fits that? We're gonna name it to stylish. Let us call it stylish DB. Yeah, stylish DB. So owner will be general, our user. So after creating that, so this one gonna create a new and empty database. So that's why we are also specifying that general will be the owner of this database, giving it all necessary privileges for it. So after that, we need to see whether the database we have, we're gonna use that. Let us see if we have the stylish. We have the stylish DB here. Yeah, so after that, you can quit by typing that one, then you exit. So after doing that, now we are going to come back to our project. So to use it, now before you use it, you need to make sure you have installed SecOg 2 binary, so that you're gonna be able, so PIP, you'll be able to use PostgreSQL in Django. So we need to import this, we need to install this one. So let us see whether you have installed it or not. So let us see before we go to set up the database in our settings.py. So this one, so the reason why we installed SecOg 2 binary, so Django needs a database adapter to communicate with PostgreSQL. So that's why we need that one. So which it is the recommended one. So make sure you install this in your project's active virtual environment like this one. Okay, so after that, we need to go to our settings.py. Now here we need to tell Django how to communicate with a PostgreSQL database. So what we'll do, in our settings, we need to see here we have the default engine. So we're gonna move from DB backends from SQLite 3 to PostgreSQL. Hope I'm having the spelling well. Then from here, the name, we don't want to put them here for security reasons. It's not advisable. So we're gonna use config. We're gonna store them in our environment variables. So we're gonna say db name is the name of our database. Then user will be config db user. Okay, then from there, password we're gonna have config, we're gonna say database password, then host, gonna say config db host, then port, we're gonna say config db port, then we need to cast it to int, cast to int. So we need to go to our .env file here, so that we're gonna define those things. So what we'll do, we'll come here below and then say, here we're gonna say database settings. Okay, so in database settings we have db name, which we said it is what, stylish db, that is what we created. Then db user, the user we created, it is general, small letters, general. Then db password will be, we say gen check at 1 2 3 4. Then db host will be localhost, because it is running in our machine, in the same machine. So then db port, we're gonna use the default port for Postgres 5432. So after doing that, now we are able to go and set up migrations. Let us see whether things are okay in setting up our migration. So when you come here in the terminal, we need first of all to create migrations. python-decouple .py, we need to make migrations for authentication. Or we need first of all to go to the cd, then cd tutorial, cd stylish. We need to go to the API. Then what you need to do, python-manage.py, make migrations for authentication. Yeah, there's this error that have occurred. Now we need to remove the error. It's saying about the REST framework permissions. So we need to go to our Visual Studio Code and change that. So the error, it's occurring in the settings here. It is complaining there is no REST framework permission, which should be .permissions. Okay, so after that we're gonna go back to our terminal. Then in our terminal we're gonna try again to run the Python manage authentication. Let us see if we have another error. Oh yeah, so authentication user profile, yeah, we need to use pillow. So to get pillow, we need to pip install pillow. Yeah, so this one gonna get us pillow. This is for images. So pillow, it's used to manage images and handling images in Django. So make sure we have that. Don't forget to add that. So after adding that, we're gonna test again, see whether things are working correctly as we wish. We're gonna run again the manage migrations authentication, so that we're gonna see. So it has created the user model. So what we'll do here, python-manage.py migrate. So this one gonna migrate to our database if it is correct, and if it is not, we're gonna change things. So as you can see, it has worked really well. Now we need to start, we're gonna start our, we need to create super user, python manage.py create super user. So email, we're gonna give it to admin@example.com, username admin, password we're gonna use any, we're gonna use what you want. Yeah, just type it twice. So this one creates super user. Now we need to python manage.py run server. So this one gonna open run server. So this one gonna run our server. So this development do not use there. So this is the development. So when you open it in Chrome, you'll see it. So as you come to the browser, that is our Chrome. So when you paste it there like that, it says that it is not there. So what we need to do, we need to go to admin, so that we're gonna test if we created admin. So use email admin@example.com, then password the one that used. So when you log in, let's see if it is working. Yeah, it is working. So it looks like this now, but we'll work on it. So after that, there's that part for redoc. Let's go there and see what is going on. We have the docs and redoc, that one we added in our. So let us see docs. What we will see here, we need to see something. I want to show you something. So you see this is the one that we installed to handle the documentation part of it. Now this is what we are getting. So it gives this beautiful UI, so that we're gonna be able to document. So when someone comes here, they're gonna be able to use that. So what we need here, we need also to test the redoc. So also this one gonna give us this beautiful and amazing part of it. Okay, so you see how it looks like. So when you want to see more, yeah, the authorization, it's basic. Yeah, so it has these details. You're gonna use them if you want. So it looks like that. So it's easier for someone who wants to use our API. They're gonna get that one. Okay, so now let us go now to do the testing, the real testing. So now we need to test, and before we test, there are some things that I have noticed. We have some errors, not errors, we have some typos, and like in the JWT utils, I've changed this one from, when you look at it, before it was verified, something like that. So we have moved it to verified. Then from that point, we have added something in our models. So in our models, we had no full name, but now we have added this. Then what else? We had typos. We had different levels of typos, which I think like email host password, it was not like this. So make sure you type it well to be equal with the one that is in the settings.py. Okay, email host, let us see where it is. Email host password, this one should be equal. Then we have another error we need to handle. We have a missing front-end URL. Okay, so we need to add that one also. So to add that one, we're gonna come still to this settings.py, where we're gonna add a front-end URL. So here we're gonna add front end URL, which will be equals to, so this one we're gonna put the current one. This one we need to put the one that is running our application. Then we're gonna add so here we're gonna put that. Then we add API, yeah, so to make sure that things are okay. Also we're gonna check if there are some few typos, and I'll update them as we continue. So the last part of this tutorial, we are going to test our API so that we can see whether things are working okay or not. But before we do that, there's something that I changed somewhere in the JWT utils here. Don't forget to add quote in this JTI to get the JTI, okay? So in that, there's also in the password reset HTML, we need not HTML, in the emails.py, make sure that your reset URL here, it is changed because we copied and pasted. So make sure it's like this so that it will work well. So after that, we need now to go to our Postman so that we're gonna start testing. So in our Postman, what we'll do is that we're gonna start by what we do mostly when you do testing. You need to create a collection. That is, when you create a collection, you'll be able to work on your testing at the same place. Okay, so what we do here, you click the collection, then we have the add button, create new, this plus button here. So we have the blank collection. So in the blank collection, we need to give it a name. So a name, we're gonna say stylish tutorial testing. That is what we're gonna give it as a title. So we need to say stylish tutorial, so tutorial testing. Okay, so we're gonna say it stylish tutorial testing. That is what we're gonna do. So after doing that, you save it. So it's good that you write description here, so that if you're working with a team, so you're gonna write it, what it does and other things. So after creating that, we need now to declare our environment variables. So when working with Postman, it's a good thing to have the environment variables. So the reason being that when you have the environment variables, it's easy to work with them. Okay, so let us do it. So for someone who doesn't understand what is a collection, so a collection in Postman is like a folder for your API request. So it helps you group related requests together, making them easier to manage, share, and run. Okay, so that's why we have created that one. So then you can also add your description to your collection to provide more context about the API and the test it contains. So it's a good practice for collaboration. So the next thing that we need to do here, we are going to create the environment variables. So the environment variables are super useful. So they allow us to store values that we might reuse in multiple requests. So like the API based URL or authentication tokens, if these values change, so e.g. we move from development URL to a production, you only need to update them in one place. Okay, so that's why we need to create the environment. Yeah, so what we do, we have this add button here, so we're gonna create it. So we need to create it, let it load. So we're gonna set, like, we're gonna call it the name that we need to give it. We're gonna give it like stylish env variables. Okay, so then we have this part where now you add your variables. So for you to add your variables, you need to start with what we start with. We have the base URL. So base URL, and the initial value we need to have, we're gonna use that we have here, the one that is running our server. So the server is running in the 127. So make sure you have it. You're gonna copy it from terminal, Ctrl+Shift+C. Then you paste it here. Then make sure you pass API, small letters, API, then Auth, because we are doing testing for Auth, where we put / there also. So the current value will be populated by that. So what we need next, we need to add our access token. These ones we're gonna add when we log in or we register. So after that, we need to add also another variable for refresh token. So refresh token. After that, we need to add another one. The other one will be user email. So this one I'm gonna use mine here. So the one that I'll be using, so it'll be shohi general at gmail.com. Okay, so I'm gonna use mine. So you can use yours there. So mine is shohigeneral@gmail.com. Then we need to have the test UID. So this one we're gonna get from the email verification. test UID. From there we need test token. These ones come from the email verification test token. So after doing that, after you add the variables, the next thing to do, make sure you save. Okay, so you click that part for saving, so it will save the changes you do. The moment you do a change, make sure you save. The next thing, it is to make sure that it is the active environment. So what we do, you come here in the drop down, then make sure you select the stylish environment variables like that. Then we go back to the collections. So in our collections, we have the stylish tutorial testing. So we need first of all to have the first request. So our first request will be a post method for registration, because our registration is allowing only post. So we need to give it a name here, register. Then here the method, the HTTP method, we need to use post. Then we need to pass our base. We need our base, as you can see, they come here, the active ones. Then we pass register. So register / okay, register /. So when you do that, we need now to, let us minimize this one so that we can have a space. So we need to come here in our request. So we need to have a body, so that we're gonna pass what we want to the backend. So we need to come here, then click the row, then we're gonna start adding our register request JSON. And before we do that, we need first of all to check what our register view needs. So we need to come to our register view here. So our register view, it will require that we pass these things like phone number, email, and other things. Okay, so that is why we need to do that in our Postman. So let us do it. So what we'll do here, we're gonna pass the JSON. So start with the opening and closing braces. So the first thing to do is to make sure that we pass our email. So email will be, we need to pass our double quotes, then we need to pass our user email. Okay, this one will come from the one that we created. Then we need password. Password will be secure password 123 with a exclamation mark there. Then full name, we're gonna have test user. Then from there we need phone number. You pass it plus 1 2 3 4 5 6 yeah, like that. So after doing that, what we need is just to send the request. So just click the send button, so, and wait for it to process the information. So the reason why it is delaying a bit, it's because it is sending email in the background. So that's why it is delaying a bit. So as you can see here, we have 201 created. So let us push this up a bit so that we're gonna see what is going on. So as you can see, it has created that username empty and other things, null, and phone number there. So now we have the access token, we have the refresh token, then token type, that one expires in that one, user ID, that number, then issue that number, then is new user, true, email verified, false. So after that, we're gonna receive the email verification in our email. Let us go to our email and see what we received there. As you can see in our email verification, in our email address, so in the Gmail, we have verify your email address. Okay, so this is the email that we got right now, that is 2 minutes ago. So here we have a button that you can click to verify and it will work fine, and also we have this link that you can use it. And because we don't want to do that, first of all, let us check whether we created user. So I'm in the admin panel, so we have this one and you can see it is not verified. Okay, so what we'll do here, I just need to copy this part, the token part of it, so that I want to use it in the Postman. So that's why I'm copying it. Then I'm gonna paste it to the token, the test token. So when we come here to the Postman, we need to come back to our environments. So in our environments, we have this one is the active one, that is we are using it. So we need to open it, just click it. Then we have the part for test token. So here we just come and paste it here, the token that we have copied, and also the current value, we're gonna put it to be the same. So after that, we save, then we go back to our email, so that we're gonna get the test UID. So as you can see, we have the UID, it is MTA, capital MTA. So we need to go back to the Postman and update that part of our test UID. So in here now we have seen our UID, it is MTA, capital MT and capital A. So MTA, then you save. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to verify our email. So to verify our email, and before we do that, we need to log in, and then we see the status of our email. So first of all, let us go here. We need to add another request. So how you add it is just to click the 3 dots, then add request. So the new request, it is login. We need to log in. This part, new request, gonna give it login. So and our login is also post method. So the post method, we need to use base URL, then we're gonna use login /, and to login we're gonna use the data that we had initially, the one that we used. So here we need to pass some data. So in our request body, so we need a row. So our row will be, the first thing we need, it is email. So email, we're gonna use the one that we used. Remember to add double quotes. So the next we need to do is to pass our email, user email. Then from there we need to pass our password. Password was secure 123, that one. Then we're gonna pass device information here in this part. Okay, let us put it to be device information, device info. So it's a dictionary also, so it's a JSON. So device type, so the device type, it is a, let us call it mobile. It's a mobile type. Then we have the app version, our version for app. We're just creating only some data to test, 0.0. Then from there, the OS version, we're gonna use Android 15. Yes, Android 15. So what we need to do here, we just need to post, so that we're gonna see what we will get. So let us wait for the response. So you see it has logged in, so 200, okay. So then it gives that response, then it gives the new token, refresh token, and other things. Then email verified, it is false, okay. Verification needed, true. So we're gonna need verification. So from here, now we need to go to verify email first. But before we do that, before we go to verify, we need to check the verification status. It's that endpoint that we have for verification status. So let us add that request. So we're gonna say, we're gonna call it what? Let us minimize here. So the new it is verification status. We need to know the status for verification. So because we want to, so the verification status, it's an endpoint where you have said it should be authenticated. So the only way to do that, yeah, it's a get method. So we need to go to our view so that you can see what is going on. So let us go to the verification status. So this URL, this one, so the verification status. So we're gonna check verification status view. So to get the verification, you see here we have said it is authenticated and it's a get method. So after that we need to just get the verification status. Let us, now what we'll do is that we need to pass the token. So the only way we're gonna get token, it's by copying the one that we logged in and then put to the environment variables. So our endpoint for verification status, we have seen it as verification status, okay. So we need to, first of all, because we have not set the access token, we need to go here to our register. So our register, So we're gonna, not our register, but this one is the login. Don't know why it has not yet updated, but we can update it here. We need to update it. We need to rename so that we're gonna be able to use it well. Okay, so that's why I've used login. So what we need to do, we need to use these tokens, the refresh token and the access token, so that we're gonna add them to the, so we need to get it here. Let us see, we need to minimize this one. So the access token, let us copy it. Don't copy the quotes, but just only the access token. Then come to the environment variables. So the one that it is active here. So when you open it, should now open our variables. So access token, that is what we want to update. Put it there and also put it here to get the current value. So then use the button here to save the changes. Then we go back again. We need the refresh tokens. So the refresh token starts from here, goes up to here, to that point. So Control C. Then you come back to the environment variables again. So when you come to it, then you open, you click it there, it will open. When you click it, so you come and update here. So here Control V, then also come here Control V. So then after that you save. So what we'll do is that we're gonna come back to our collections, and here it's where we're gonna pass our request. Now we need to come here, verification status. It's what we want to use. Minimize. So here the thing is, you're gonna use authorization, this part, because it requires to be authenticated, and the only way to know if the user is authenticated is through the token. So we need to select from this. So there are many things, but we are using bearer token. So when you do that, it will just give us the access token, this one ahead. So you're gonna create like this. You're gonna use that style, then you select the access token. Okay, so when you do that, you come here. This one does not require anybody, it's just to get the status. So let us see the response. So you see, success true, but data is verified, it is false. So what we need to do, we need now to have the endpoint for verifying. We need to verify. So, and the only way to verify, we need to add a new request here. So the new request will be, we need to call it what? We need to say verify email. So we need to call it verify email. So after doing that, it will be a post method. As you can check to your methods, you will see that we are using post. So the endpoint will be email verify. This is what we have set in the URLs, email verify. Okay, so after doing that, we need now to pass our we come here and then we have our body. So our body will be JSON, so it's a row. So here we need to put, so our email verification, as you remember, we used to get UID, the one that we have added to the environment variables from the one that we copied. So we need to pass it here. Then we see here you put it, the test, we had test what? Test, head test UID, then you close. When you hover above it, it's environment, that one, the MTA. So when you hover above it, so make sure it's set well. Then token, not that small, token. So the token, we're gonna pass the one that we created, that is test token. Okay, then we need to close. So you can see our test token, it's there, the one that we added. So after that we send. So the email verification, invalid verification token, because we logged in, the token changed, so we need to get another email verification. Okay, let us now do it. So that we're gonna get the email verification, we need to come here and we create another request. So the new request will be send verification. So we need to add a new one. So we need to pass it here. Now we need to name this request. So we're gonna say send, not capital, I love it small, send verification. So after that, it's a post method. So then we pass our base URL, then the endpoint, it is send verification. So send verification. When you look at your URLs, we have something like this, send verification, with / there, send verification. So make sure spelling it's okay. So after doing that, this one, it's a post method, and what it requires, because it's authenticated, as you can see from this point, send verification, it's authenticated. So the user must be authenticated, and the only way to do that is through, you're gonna know through the token. So we're gonna use token here. So we need to go to the part for the authorization. So we need to minimize here. So the part for authorization, we need to select the bearer token, and automatically it puts our token there. So what we need to do, we're gonna send verification. So let us see. It does not require a body, so that's why there is no that part. So we need to update our token. because we got an error. So we need to go back to we need to get the refresh token again to get the access token, a new one. So we need to add an endpoint for getting refresh token to update it. So we need to click here, add request. So, and to add that request, you need to, so that we're gonna get refresh token. So to get our refresh token, we have the endpoint named token refresh that is in our. So we're gonna say refresh token. So we need to pass our base. We need to pass our base URL. So base URL there, then token refresh. Okay, make sure it is like that, or you can change the endpoint in your URLs. So this one, it's a post method also. So click that post. Then here we need a body. So when you go to the refresh token, we have a body. So, and our body, it is asking for the refresh token. So we're gonna pass our refresh token that will be sent to the backend, so that we're gonna get the updated access token, refresh token. So we need to pass our refresh token. So refresh, capital, refresh token. Okay, like that. Then when you do that, you just need to send with our refresh token, so that we're gonna get the new access token from this point. So this is how the applications do. So in the backend, so the moment you implement the backend, you're gonna the user interface gonna keep on asking for refresh token like that. So we need to copy the new access token, so that we're gonna replace it there, Control-C in our environments. So in our environments, we need to update it. So we're gonna put it here. So let us open our variables. So let us wait till it open it. So here we need to, you control all. I want to control V. So I'm pasting. So after pasting, we need to go to the current, control V. So when you do that, you save. Then you come back again here to our refresh token. So when you come here, now you get the access refresh token. Okay, so the refresh token ends here, there. So Control-C, then you come back here. So we open our environment variables. Make sure you click it so that it will open this one, the one that is active. Then we're gonna come to the refresh token, control V. Then you control V. So after doing that, we save, and then we go back to our collection. Then we go back to the send verification. So our send verification. So after updating the tokens, we need to open this again so that we're gonna get a new verification email. Okay, so here, as you saw, we got unauthorized, so we need to send again after updating our tokens. So let us wait. Yeah, it says okay, verification email sent successfully, please check your inbox. So let us go to our inbox and check. So okay, I've noticed something in the code. I didn't put this comma, so I've added it so that it will be a tuple, because when you put into bracket without the comma, it makes it to be a tuple, and we need but Python's arguments expects an iterable. Okay, so that's why we have added the comma. Now after that, now we are able to receive the email. So we need to go to our email to see the latest email. Okay, so let us open it. So as you can see, we have now the email. Here it is. Now we need to update our token so that we're gonna use it. So we're gonna copy it here, then we're gonna put it to our Postman. So let us go to Postman. So when you go to Postman, so in our Postman, we're gonna go to the environments. So in our environments, we're gonna go to the stylish env and variables. So in this part, we need to update our test token. So test token here, we're gonna replace it with the one that we have copied. Then the test UID remains the same as you saw in the email. So what we need to do, we just need to come back here. You save, don't forget to save. So when you save, you come back to the collections. So after collections, now we need to go to the verify email. So in our verify email, we just need to send our latest data. So we just click send and see what will happen. So it says okay, email verification successful. So when you come here, you can see the email verification was successful. The next thing we need to do, first of all, we need to check whether in our admin panel to see whether the user has been successfully updated. So we need to go to Chrome. We're gonna open our Chrome. So let us open it and go straight to, so the moment we open it, we go straight to the admin dashboard. Then let us see whether we updated. Now you see it is verified. We have the green tick here. So the email verification was successful. So the next thing that we need to test, it is, let us go here and see what we are going to test next. So the next thing that we need to test, let us see. So you have sent the email verification. So first of all, before we do another test, we need first of all to confirm. You can test it here from the verification. We're gonna see the verification status. Let us see the verification status. So we click there. So before you saw it was false. Now let us see whether it is true. So as you can see, it is true. So we have verified our email. The next thing that we need to test, we need to test to validate token. So to validate token, just need a new request, add request, and the new request we're gonna name it validate token, where our endpoint will be token validate. Okay, So validate token. So this one will be get method. So the get method, so we need here to pass our base URL. So then we go to the token, then validate. Okay, so / there. And to validate our token, we just need to, here we don't need anything, we just need to have the authorization to pass our access token. So bearer token, then it gives the access token. So that's the importance of having environment variables. If we didn't have that, we could have been pasting here bearer that token. Okay, so let us see if our token is valid. So we need to test. So you see, yeah, you have the it is valid, true, then email verified, true. So after that, we did the refresh. So we can also refresh again, but we did that. So the next thing, it is password reset request. So we need to get that place where we do password reset request. So we need to add request. So the new request will be password reset. So let us create that one here. So which will be a post method. So password reset. So this one will be a post method to get, we need to get password reset. So we do like that. Then the endpoint will be password spelling password reset. Yeah, so reset /. So this one, what we need to pass in that data, we need only to pass our email. So this one does not require any verification. So in this part, we need to pass our email. So our email will be email. So then we pass, so user email. So you see the importance of having the environment variables. So what we need to do, we just need to click send. So when we click send, we should be able to receive. So it has said okay. So yeah, so if an account exists with this email, a password reset link will be sent. So when we open our Chrome, we're gonna be able to see that. So let us open our Chrome browser. So let us open to see whether we're gonna receive the password reset. So the moment we receive this one, we're gonna see that we have a new token but the same UID. So what we need to copy is just this token. This is a new one. The other one was blacklisted. So we need to copy that and then go back to our Postman. So in our Postman, we just need to update the environment variable for the token, test token, so that we need also to change our password. So we click there. So to confirm password reset, we need to use that UID and also the new test token. So make sure you change it here. But if you have the UI, you just need to click that link, which will change. Okay, so after doing that, you save. So after saving, you need to go back to here. Now we need to hit our password reset confirm, where we're gonna confirm our reset. So we need to create another endpoint here for password confirm reset. Okay, so password reset confirm, that is what we want to create here. So make sure that you create here. So let us add it here. So the name we're gonna give it password reset confirm. Okay, so the endpoint will be password reset confirm. This is a post method, obvious. So first of all, post, change that to post, then our base URL here, then we're gonna use password reset confirm. Okay, yes, to confirm. So what we need to do, we just need to go to the body. So in this body, we select the raw data. So let us lower this part and make sure we minimize there. So here we need to pass our UID. We're gonna use the one that we have in the environment variables. So we're gonna say test UID, then comma, we're gonna pass our token. So that's why we needed to update our token, then test token. From there we need now the new password. We want to pass the new password. Okay, so here we're gonna use new password, let us use new secure pass 1 2 3, that one. Then when you do that, we just need to send. So let us see whether we are able to change the password or not. So as you can see, password has been reset successfully. Now you can log in with your new password. So if you want to see, we need to come here to the login. This one refused to update, but let us make sure we have something that is visible. Login. Okay, so here we used the initial to login. Let us see whether now we can be able to log in with the same, so that we're gonna see what is going on. Okay, so this one, let us see. You see now authentication failed, please try again. So it simply means we have an issue, and that the issue is password. So new, we need to pass our new secure pass, the one that we have used, new secure pass, then 1 2 3. Okay, I hope I spelled it well. So let us see whether we can be able to log in. So as you can see, we were able to log in. That is okay. Then we got new refresh token and access token. So we need to update our access token again. So this is what the UI will be doing. The front end will be updating these things the moment you change something. You do the token, the current token, if it gets blacklisted. So this is what the UI, we are doing the work of the UI here. so that's why we keep on updating it. So the next thing that after we do this, we need to let us copy we need now to log out. Control C. We need now to log out. Before we do that, let us make sure we update the current. So Control V, Control All, Control V. So we save that. So after that, what we need to do is that we need to create a logout request. So this one will be, it is a post method, obvious. Then we need to pass our token. So here we have the base URL. Then we're gonna end up in the logout endpoint here. Then we need now to come here in the authorization. Then here we need to pass bearer token. Then it will give us that token. Then what we need to do is just hit send. So the moment we do that, you can see successfully logged out. So we need also to test whether we can be able to register twice. So let us see whether when you click that, let us see what we'll get when you register twice. So an user with that email exists, yeah. So, and that marks the end of that part. So the next thing that we do, we should now start working on the UI. So the next thing we're gonna be handling the UI, we'll be using Flutter, and I hope you will learn a lot from this series. Okay, thank you.